Mic check. All right, good morning. Welcome back to docket number 250403. Are there administrative matters before we begin this morning?
Nothing from the companies.
Thank you. Seeing none, I think we should get right back into it. So Attorney Miranda, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning. Just have a couple items from the last, yesterday's hearing to follow up on, and then some new areas to cover. So the first is related to the meeting, the public hearing, excuse me, held in August of 2024 by the RWA Representative Policy Board. How many members of the RPB were present during that public hearing?
I don't recall the exact number. I believe most of them were in attendance.
More than 50%?
I believe, if I recall correctly, more than 50%.
Will the transcript reflect who is there?
I believe the transcript and or the video would probably include who was there. I mean, they were well represented. There was actually 3 sessions that were held. There was one on the 22nd. It was a continuation of the hearing, and I believe there were 2 on the 27th. And the RPB members could be there in person or they could be there via hybrid.
And to clarify, yesterday I requested the transcript from the public hearing. I do want it for all 3 sessions, just so everyone's on the same page. We also covered yesterday the meetings with the chief elected officials, the legislators, various state agencies. And I asked who from AWA was there and who from RWA was there, but I did not ask who from Aquarion was present at those meetings.
I was present at those meetings along with RWA and AWA.
Okay, thank you. Yesterday, we covered the RWA meeting minutes, and in particular, there was questions regarding the July application, either dated July 25th or July 26th. I would like to request a late file for that application.
I believe it's in the record already, but we can confirm that.
Okay, so let's mark that as a read-in so I don't lose track. I think we're up to I. So if we could just confirm for read-in I that the application is in the record, please.
Yesterday, we started to talk about the purchase and sale agreement, and Section 2.4A3 of the purchase and sale agreement indicates that resignation letters from directors and officers of the companies and each of the subsidiaries, as requested by the buyer, are to be provided at least 5 business days prior to closing. Are you familiar with that?
I'm familiar with it, but there's no intention to send out resignation letters.
For purposes of that provision, the reference to directors, does that mean the directors that are appearing in Exhibit AWA-AQ-10, which are the board members?
Are you referring to the board members of Aquarion?
I'm referring to the board members of the company, and each AC subsidiary is defined in the purchase and sale agreement. I'm asking if the directors referenced are the board members appearing for those companies on AWA-AQ-10. I believe, for instance, one of them is Greg Butler.
The existing board of Aquarion and any representative from Eversource will no longer be directors under the proposed governance structure.
So perhaps I can clarify. I'm asking about the phrase directors in Section 2.4A3 of the purchase and sale agreement. When I look at the list of employees, there are people with the title director, director human resources, director of sales, whatever that might be. And then there are directors that are members of the board of directors, I presume. And I'm trying to understand which of the directors this refers to, or both.
I would have to confer with counsel about the specifics, but again, in your example, like a director of human resources, there's no intention to request resignation of the employees of Eversource or Aquarion, of Aquarion. As it relates to the exhibits, I believe in the initial filing, there's an exhibit that says these are the current directors of Aquarion, and these are the going forward directors. I don't have that right in front of me, but that was one of the exhibits that was filed.
Yes, and that's the exhibit I'm asking about, which is AWA-AQ-10. And what I'm asking is the reference here to directors to the persons appearing on that exhibit? And I think that's what you're saying, but I want to be clear.
Well, AQ10 is the current directors of the Aquarium Water Authority, and then it shows the post-closing authority board. So these are the 5 current RWA board members on AQ10.
AQ10 continues on several pages, including showing board
Okay,
members.
so the Aquarion Company board members are expected, that board will be disbanded.
And are those the directors referred to in section 2.4A3 of the purchases? That's the piece that I'm trying to figure out.
I believe.
I think so.
This section is referring to deliverables by the seller, which in this case is Eversource. So those are Eversource officers who serve on the board of Aquarion currently and will resign or be disbanded, as Rochelle said.
Okay, so that there's also a reference here to officers. Does this mean officers of the board of the Aquarion companies? And are those officers employees of the Aquarion companies?
I think that's the officers of Aquarion. That's my interpretation, officers of Aquarion.
We'll need to pull the schedule. I believe some of the officers of Aquarion are Eversource employees and are not part of the transaction.
And are there officers of the Aquarion companies that are employees of the Aquarion companies?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, referring to interrogatory ADJ 13. There's a reference there to the bridge commitment provided by Barclays and Bank of America, and is in place as a fallback if the long-term bonds cannot be issued for the closing. The bridge commitment, is that taxable or tax-exempt financing?
I would need to check that. We can do a read-in on that.
I'd like to request the read-in.
It will be read-in J.
Still, that same interrogatory indicates,
And by the way, there is no intention to draw on the bridge, as is mentioned.
where is that memorialized?
It's not memorialized, but it's been from the beginning of our discussions with our lenders. They know that there's no intention to draw on the bridge and that we want to get the long-term financing in place for the transaction.
But this response does indicate that it is available as a fallback if the long-term bonds cannot be issued.
That's correct.
Thank you. Again, ADJ 13, attachment 1 is the general bond resolution. This is a draft document, correct?
The document was approved by the RWA Authority acting on behalf of the AWA Authority.
In the form attached as attachment 1 to ADG 13, or have there been changes?
There haven't been changes since the board approved.
And my question is the document at ADJ 13 attachment 1 the document that the board approved?
Yes.
Thank you. And the general bond resolution covers both bonds that'll be issued for the acquisition as well as future bond issuances. Is that correct? For instance, to cover capital costs?
Yes, however, the practice is that when each new issuance comes out, there will be a supplemental resolution that will be in effect attached to the overall general bond resolution.
Will acquisition debt be senior obligation or subordinated obligation?
It's a combination. And we do have an exhibit it's one of the attachments to OCC 42 that does indicate the current makeup. Again, we've been very clear that the final structure will be subject to market conditions at the time that the acquisition closes, assuming it's approved.
And the amount of that acquisition debt could be as much as the maximum amount referenced in the meeting minutes that we discussed yesterday. Is that correct? There's authority to go to that amount.
That's the authority. However, we are not at that amount for the acquisition.
ADJ 14, the response to C, indicates that the RWA will utilize its temporary authority to act on behalf of the AWA for all pre-closing authorizations. And then it goes on to say that post-closing matters are anticipated to be in the ordinary course or time-sensitive. Post-closing matters include the right of the RWA acting on behalf of the AWA to restructure, divest, or merge?
There's no intention to do that. So this would be, what we're stating here is, of course, pre-closing authorizations need to be approved by the existing board. And that for post-closing, it's anticipated that, to the extent that we could defer things, we will, but there could be some time-sensitive item that arises that requires approval of the board.
I understand your testimony that it's not your intention. My question is, does the RWA have the power to do so?
Only is allowed under the enabling legislation and with the general bond resolution.
And does the RWA acting on behalf of the AWA have the power to make enter into long-term contracts or agreements?
It would have the authority, but it's not, again, expected to do so until the governing boards are established.
Does it have the power to encumber debt or other liabilities on behalf of the AWA?
To the extent that it was time sensitive, yes. Again, it's not anticipated that that's going to be done other than as it relates to pre-closing and any time sensitive matter that arises.
Where is it memorialized that the RWA acting on behalf of the AWA will not take any of these actions it's authorized to do? Until the board
It's
isn't.
not memorialized in a document. However, we submitted these responses under oath. They're part of the docket, so that is stating our intention.
That's right. It does state your intention, but it does not bind you to do so after the fact if your intention changes, correct?
Say technically, yes, but again, that's not the intent. There is not any intent to do anything that's nefarious.
I'm not suggesting that there is. I'm just exploring the fact that you have the ability and there's a difference between intention and what may occur in the future.
And there's also a fiduciary responsibility, as we talked about, that the RWA board, and if they're acting on behalf of the AWA board, even as the RWA board, they have a fiduciary responsibility to the entity that they're acting on behalf of.
Again, not questioning that. I'm asking about the authority of the RWA to take certain actions going forward. But I appreciate your commentary. It indicates in ADJ 15 that the RWA, with the exception of seasonal and wholesale, doesn't currently have different rates by customer class. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And is that the intention with respect to the AWA as well?
Not necessarily, as we responded to in another interrogatory. I don't have the number in front of me, that will do a cost of service study. Our intention is to do a cost of service study before the initial rate application, and we'll review what that suggests. And I believe we also said, should there be any differences as it relates to the current structure versus what the cost of service study may suggest, any adjustment would be done gradually.
Under the current RWA rate structure, If costs are incurred solely to serve a particular class of customers, all customers pay those, correct, currently?
The exception is wholesale. Wholesale is done under existing agreements.
With the exception of seasonal and wholesale as noted in the response, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. The RWA currently has laboratory services that it offers to third parties, correct?
Correct.
And as a seller of those services, all else being equal, you would hope to maximize the amount that someone would pay you for those services, correct?
Those are commercially offered services.
So is that yes?
Yes.
Thank you.
And still be competitive. Because a lot of the work that the lab does is under like RFPs or other types of, competitive situations.
According to the response to ADJ 17, sub B, the Aquarion Representative Policy Board will have the power to remove a member of the AWA board. Has the RWA Representative Policy Board ever removed a member of the RWA Board of Directors?
Not to my knowledge.
And how is removal done? Is it by a majority vote of the Representative Policy Board?
We'd have to check.
And could you check as a read-in, or should I request a late file?
You can request a late file.
Okay, so lay file 26 sounds like provide information on the process for removing a RWA director. Is that?
Representative Policy Board Director or member. I don't know if they're
I
members or
thought-
directors.
Do you want to clarify that? I thought you were talking, these are RPB members that have the ability to remove an authority board.
Yes, sorry, apologies. That is correct. So it is the how removal is done for RWA board members by the Representative Policy Board. Thank you for clarifying that.
Excuse me, lay file exhibit 26. Cool.
Commissioner, should I continue? Okay, thank you. RRU 1 indicates that board members don't represent municipalities and are appointed by the Representative Policy Board, correct?
Just calling it up.
Okay.
Can you repeat the question?
It essentially says, again, I'm not quoting, it's a summary, but board members do not represent municipalities and are appointed by the Representative Policy Board. Is that correct?
Correct. The Representative Policy Board appoints the authority members.
And this is true for the RWA currently, correct?
Correct.
And that'll be true for the AWA once the transaction closes.
For their board, for their selection of their portion of the 11-member board, correct.
How are the qualifications of the authority board decided?
There's actually a discussion with the nominating committee of the Representative Policy Board, with the chair of the board, and with the CEO to get input. They discuss if there's a particular skill set, as an example, that they're looking for, given the makeup. If one of the board members perhaps retired or leaves, they may want to focus on a particular skill set. But that is all discussed. And then there's actually an ad that's put together. There's interviews that occur. This is done by the nominating committee of the Representative Policy Board.
And are there written policies and procedures regarding the qualifications of the board members?
I believe that there's some documentation subject to check that talks about generally, the type of skills that may be looking for based on, again, the current makeup of the board.
Is there any minimum qualification that absolutely has to be met by any member of that board?
We'll have to confer.
And can you,
We'll have to check on that, but there is ads that go out, there's interviews that happen. Again, some of the skills could be engineering, could be finance, could be M&A, could be integration. These are some of the skill sets that have come up in discussion.
and you said you would have to check, is it a written document that you would be checking? If so, I'm going to request a late file, otherwise I'll ask for a read-in. I'm just trying to figure out the best way to get it.
We'll check a combination of the last ad that was placed, as well as if there's anything in the rules of practice.
I guess I'll request a late file. It doesn't sound like it can be done as a read-in, which is the minimum qualifications to serve as a board member of the authority. Can board members be from outside the operating service area?
The existing 5 members cannot be. Under the enabling legislation, if the existing RWA board was to be extended to 7, if this transaction does not go through, there is 2 that could come from outside the district. However, if the transaction does go through per the statute, the members would need to come from the district.
And that's late file exhibit 27. just
Oh,
for the
I
record.
apologize,
No
Madam Chair. The, I think I heard you testify yesterday that under the enabling legislation, there's the authority to expand the RWA board to 7, but that authority has not been exercised. Is that correct?
That authority has not been exercised because there's another section of another subparagraph within that same section that talks about what the board would look like, assuming this transaction is approved.
Are the members of the board compensated?
Yes.
And are they compensated per diem? Or do they have a set salary? How is that compensation determined?
The authority board is compensated, and it's actually the representative policy board that sets the authority members' compensation. And the RPB members, it's more of a stipend.
And so I think I read in the enabling legislation that the RPB provides for a stipend for the RPB. And my question is really about the authority board itself. And
Yes, they're compensated.
okay, and my question is, how are they compensated? I understand the RPB sets it. How is the current RWA board compensated? Is it per diem? Is it a set amount?
It's a set amount.
And is it so whether they put in 1 hour or 1,000 hours in a week, obviously that's not physically possible, but they will get paid the same amount. Is that correct?
Get the same amount. However, I do want to check if they actually missed a meeting, there may be an adjustment for that, but they're basically, compensated for their work on the board.
Is that compensation schedule in writing somewhere?
Yes.
I'd like to request a late file for the RWA current board's compensation schedule.
Late file exhibit 28.
Moving on to ADJ 8, attachment 1. This provides the weighted votes by municipality expected for the AWA. Is that correct?
That's correct. At preliminary view.
Some of those municipalities have 0 votes. Is that correct?
That's correct.
In fact, 30 of them have 0 votes. Is that correct?
That's currently correct based on the information that we have.
Thank you.
And as I believe we've testified previously, it doesn't mean that those entities don't have influence. I mean, an example is there was on the RWA, RPB, there was the land use chair that came from a town that had 0 votes. So it doesn't mean that you're not influencing.
RRU1 indicates that after the transactions, employees of Aquarion CT and the RWA will have increased geographic and functional opportunities. Currently, the Eversource Energy, excuse me, has operations in Connecticut, New Hampshire, and Massachusetts. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the RWA has operations solely in the RWA service area. Is that correct?
Not solely in the service area, if you include our subsidiaries.
Are any of those subsidiaries in geographic regions outside the state of Connecticut?
Not outside of Connecticut currently.
Thank you. RRU2 references the enabling legislation, section 15C, indicating that nothing prevents members of the public from participating. Does the RPB hold formal proceedings for anything other than rate making?
Yes.
What types of formal proceedings generally?
Formal proceedings are for capital projects over 3.5 million. Formal meetings are for any acquisition. Also, the meetings that occur monthly are also, formal proceedings.
And are members of the public permitted to participate in all of those types of meetings, every
Yeah.
one of them?
Yes.
RRU4 refers to the December 3rd, 24 Aquarion acquisition of Ansonia wastewater treatment system. And it indicates that there was a $41+ million goodwill associated with that transaction. Has that been included in Aquarion rates?
No.
Thank you. Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. Let me back up.
41.
The transaction was 41 million. The goodwill was 4.1 million. And with that, the 4.1 million was not recovered in rates. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
The acquisition just occurred December 31, 2024.
So are you trying to imply that that means that they just haven't requested it?
No, I'm trying to imply that it was a very recent acquisition that occurred.
Okay, let me try this. Does Aquarion intend to seek recovery of the $4.1 million?
No.
Thank you. RRU 10 refers to the RWA homeowner safety valve program. And it says that AWA will have the ability to add this to its monthly customer bills to promote it through AWA marketing channels. How will that occur? Will there be a sharing agreement between the two entities, RWA and AWA?
It's envisioned we would have to work on the details, but RWA has a similar offering prior to its acquisition of homeowner safety valve. And because it's on the bill, it does increase our market concentration. And so that is an opportunity if we can work with Aquarion to actually get the HSV amounts on the bill. We believe that we would increase our market penetration.
So
And
I don't.
it would mitigate water rates.
Okay, so but I don't believe you answered the question I asked, which is how will AWA get that? Will they have to pay RWA for it?
If we're able to get it on the bill, which we'd have to look at, my expectation is RWA would pay AWA for any costs associated with that.
Who currently owns the homeowner safety valve program? Maybe.
RWA does.
Okay, so AWA would pay RWA or RWA would pay AWA?
RWA, as it relates to putting it on the bill, if there were, I would imagine there's going to be some cost to actually have that happen. So we'd have to look at that. And to the extent that AWA puts it on the bill, I would envision that RWA would pay AWA for costs associated with putting it on the bill. This is in my former experience. This is something that was done actually at American Water between the non-regulated side and the regulated side.
Will AWA have to pay anything to RWA to offer the homeowner safety valve program?
I'm not envisioning that that would be the situation.
Okay. RRU 11. It indicates that, again, I'm summarizing, the transaction will provide AWA and its customers with greater access to RWA's abundant water supply. Who determines what resources are going to be used by RWA and what resources are going to be used by AWA?
The general bond resolution of both entities actually define the water system and the assets that are associated with the water system. This is referring to potential, be it an interconnection. We currently do have an interconnection with Aquarion today because we provide water under a wholesale agreement. RWA provides water to Aquarion under a wholesale agreement.
And so to the extent RWA continued to provide water to what will become the AWA, there will be an agreement between RWA and AWA for that. Is that correct?
There's an existing agreement, and we responded in, I believe, multiple interrogatories that at this point, there's no intention to change how that agreement works.
And when does that current agreement expire?
It's a long-term agreement. I believe it's up for renewal. I'll let Sunny chime in.
Yeah, it is up for renewal. I think we can actually have a read-in on the exact date.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
an agreement that's been in place for several years.
So reading K is the exact date of the agreement.
I believe there's already been some testimony on this, but I just want to be clear. RRU 13 indicates that rate applications are either approved or not approved. So that means, for instance, the RPB can't say, well, you requested a 10% increase and we're only going to give you 8%. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And how many times has the RWA RPB not approved a rate increase requested by the RWA since 2015?
They have not approved a rate application. And again, I am just going to provide a little bit more information. They have the RPB through the monthly meetings and through the finance committee and other avenues. They have visibility to the operating budget. They have visibility to the capital budget. They have visibility to our 10-year model. And they're the entity that's approving large capital projects. And within those applications, we even state what the impact is on rates should the project be approved.
RRU 13 indicates that the basis for not approving is either a finding that rates are in excess of the amounts required or are insufficient. Are those the only basis on which the RPB can decline to approve?
That's correct.
Thank you. RRU 13 Attachment 1 shows that the RWA has had 6 rate adjustments in 10 years, correct?
Whatever is on the exhibit, yes.
You're willing to accept that subject to
Yeah.
check? Thank you.
No, not even subject.
Okay.
We submitted the exhibit.
Okay. And those were all increases, correct? All rate increases, correct?
These were all increases, yes.
And what was the percentage range of those increases?
Actually, looks like I'm just going to make this a little bigger. This period. So these range from a high of about the final number range from like 7 to 4. And the proposed was like 7.2 to 4. And the reason that there's a difference, and this is the only difference from the proposal, if, as long as the application is approved, we do a final adjustment based on the cost of the debt that's being issued.
So when you said 7 to 4, was it 7.4 as the high? Was that correct?
7.2 was the high proposed, and actually, I take that. Actually, the high proposed was in. Yeah, it looks like, sorry, it looks like, subject to check that, the 2022 case, which was after we stayed out due to COVID, was, for the residential, was like 9.3 and the low was 4.
Okay. Does RWA pay income tax?
No,
Does RWA pay property tax?
we pay payment in lieu of taxes.
Does RWA pay sales tax?
No,
How many aquarium rate cases have there been in the last 10 years?
1.
Did that result in the rate increase?
No,
Does aquarium pay income tax?
we do.
Does aquarium pay property tax?
Yes.
Does aquarium pay sales tax?
On some items, mostly no.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just add to that? I think, to be clear, Aquarion didn't get a rate case, didn't get a rate increase. But what was allowed in rates was the increase to rate base. And so the reason they didn't get a rate increase is because the ROE was lowered and some of the expenses were denied. But Pure approves the capital increases. And so the plan would be, if this deal doesn't go through, that Eversource would continue to come in for rate base increases every 16 or 20 months, with the expectation that, given our investments are prudent and have never been denied for prudency, that the rates will go up. So I just don't think that's a fair characterization to use that one.
I didn't actually characterize anything. I just simply asked some questions. Thank you.
and I think I do, and this, I believe, that is already in testimony, but there's multiple reasons that rates are different in different utilities. And it could be the system, water supply, how the distribution system works, how large the entity is, because there's a larger customer base to spread fixed costs. There's population density comes into play. So there's many things that come into play. And there is another investor-owned utility in Connecticut that has higher rates than RWA, and in many cases, significantly higher rates.
RRU 15 refers to the gross revenues from non-core businesses of the RWA for 2024, and that is expected for 2025, correct?
Correct.
What were the net revenues in 2024?
I'll use fiscal 2025, if that's okay, because that is more recent. And that was, I'll check that, so that'll be a read-in.
I'd like both 24 and 25, since that's what's in RRU 15, please.
That'll be read in L.
Were all of those non-core businesses acquired on or after January 1st, 2024?
No, this represents both offerings within the utility as well as our subsidiary entities.
Have any of those core businesses had a year with net losses?
No. Perhaps one within the utility has had net losses in prior years.
So the answer is yes, there has at least been one of those non-core businesses that has had net losses in at least 1 year.
Correct.
Was it just 1 year?
I'd have to check.
Yeah. I would like instead of a read-in, I'd like to request a late file exhibit that provides the net revenues for each year for the last 10 years, to the extent you owned a non-core business during that period of time, of its either net revenue or net loss for each year.
Okay.
Overall, there was no net loss, but I think you asked about particular entities. Is that correct?
Was asking about if any of your if any of your non-core businesses had experienced a net loss. Thank you. And
Attorney Miranda, so that will be late file exhibit 29 for non-core businesses for the last 10 years. So that strikes
the read-in.
read in L.
Thank you. To the extent revenue from a core business is not sufficient to cover its expenses, how is that net loss covered?
Are you referring to the utility?
I'm asking, RWA has non-core businesses, right? And it is said in response to COG 18 sub I that the structure of RWA implemented is that the utility is protected from any losses of subsidiary entities. And what I'm asking is, to the extent there is a net loss at a non-core business, how is that net loss recovered?
So if it's a subsidiary entity, it's not part of the rate-making process because it's not part of revenue. As I mentioned yesterday, when they perform favorably, which they have, those revenues go into the construction fund to mitigate water rates. I'm not sure I'm following the question. And what's the interrogatory reference again?
COG 18I, I believe. And so,
Let me get there.
okay. You had just said that the revenue goes into the construction fund. Is that correct?
From the subsidiary entity. So just to clarify, like our pipe safe offering,
Mhm.
our rental income, those are all part of the utility. So they're treated differently. Those revenues do flow through the revenue fund. That's different than the arrangement that we have for the subsidiary entities.
So does the utility itself own any non-core businesses?
Yes,
Okay.
offerings. They own offerings like pipe safe. It's a protection program.
Okay. And of the non-core offerings offered by the utility, if the revenues received are not sufficient to cover the expenses for that program, who pays for the difference?
So overall, they're part of the revenue stream like water revenues are. And again, in total, the offerings that the utility has in total not had a net loss. And it is favorably impacting water rates because those net revenues help offset water rates.
And with respect to the subsidiary non-core businesses, are the revenues or losses, how are the revenues and losses of those accounted for?
They haven't had any losses, and we do transfer back into the utility net income from those subsidiaries into the construction fund, as I mentioned. And the initial funding, as I believe I mentioned yesterday, is funded out of the growth fund. Should there be any loss that across all the subsidiary entities are not able to absorb, the source would be the growth fund, which is money that's already been set aside
That has been collected from ratepayers?
at a point in time.
Yes.
Yes, at a
Thank
point
you.
in time to mitigate the water rates.
How soon is it expected after the PURA decision, assuming it approves this transaction, that the closing would occur?
Very shortly after.
Are we talking 24 hours, a week, a month, a year? Obviously, a year is not shortly, but
I have to refer to the exact wording in the PSA.
okay. RRU 25. This indicates that similar to the RWA, AWA's rate stabilization fund can be discretionarily funded at the end of the fiscal year if all required funds are at the levels and monies available, and levels needed and monies are available, correct?
Correct.
Okay. By required levels, you mean sufficient net revenue to cover AWA's operating expenses?
Sufficient revenue is defined, the requirements are as defined in the general bond resolution. And what the requirements are for RWA as well as AWA, before any fund can be discretionarily funded, all the required funds have to be at or above their required level as indicated in the general bond resolution.
And that includes debt, the debt coverage obligations, correct? Debt service coverage?
That's actually a different test. This is saying, like, as an example, I use RWA as an example. RWA, unlike AWA, but RWA has a requirement to fund an operating reserve fund. So at the end of the year, if that fund is not at its required level, that fund has to get funded first prior to discretionary funds being funded. So it's taking your year-end disposition. Your year-end disposition, if it doesn't meet the debt covenant requirements, this is talking about you could use the rate stabilization fund to meet those requirements. But the year-end disposition is based on all the required funds have to be at least at their required level before discretionary funds get funded.
Okay, so let's talk about the debt service coverage obligation. That is separate and distinct from the minimum needed, the minimum needed for these funds. Am I understanding that
correct.
correctly?
Yes.
Okay. And that is in addition to the minimum needed to ensure that there's the minimums in each of these funds? Is that correct?
There are different requirements. So let's talk about AWA, the way the general bond resolution is written. And this personally, I believe, is a very good thing. So every month, as an example, there's money that goes into the debt service fund. And that allows when that debt is due to the bondholders, the interest income or the principal, that money is already put aside. So there are certain requirements to fund, like the debt service fund. There's requirements to fund the pilot fund. There's requirements to fund, although you could use a surety to fund the debt reserve fund. RWA has some additional reserves that are not applicable to AWA.
So earlier you talked about the minimum in funds, and now you're also referring to funds. So I just want to make sure I understand. So the debt service fund is not one of the funds that have to be at a sufficient net revenue to cover, to get it to the required levels?
The debt service fund is a fund that, per the general bond resolution, dictates what monies need to go into that fund. So the debt service fund is designed that for AWA, every month, money is transferred into that fund to make sure that when that debt payment comes due, that the money is already in the account. That's different than, I'll use an example from RWA. RWA has a requirement for an operating reserve fund. It needs to be a minimum of 1/6 of the operating expense budget. And so that's a required fund under RWA. So before discretionary funds are funded at the end of the year, that operating fund has to be at its required level. That's an example. The debt reserve fund is another example that has to be at its required level before, and if it's not, it needs to be addressed before any discretionary fund is funded.
And each of those funds is funded by revenues from customers. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the debt service coverage ratio for your senior debt is 1.5x. Is that correct?
That's correct for AWA, yes.
Thank you for clarifying
And
that.
that's a minimum.
Okay. And so that means that AWA's net operating income has to be 1.5 times the amount needed to cover its debt obligation?
Yeah, that's a cash-based metric.
If,
It's
let me try.
KPADs have to cover 1.5
Yeah,
for senior.
let me try it this way. If the debt service obligation is 100,000, I'm just going to try to use fairly round numbers so that this is not, the math is not too difficult for me. And it has to be 1.5x debt coverage. Does that mean you need 150,000 to satisfy the debt service coverage ratio?
Can you just repeat that what the 100,000 represents?
The debt? And then to meet your debt service coverage ratio of 1.5x, it would have to be 150,000, correct?
That's to cover the 100,000. Yes.
Yes, okay, thank you. And this money is in addition to the funds necessary to cover operating expenses of the authority, correct? The AWA?
Not in addition to, the coverage is after your operating expense. It's after operating expense, it's after pilot.
What's the difference between in addition and after?
So it's a coverage ratio. You take your revenues as defined in the general bond resolution, less your in the case of AWA, less your operating expense, which inclusive of pilot. And you take those amounts and you see what's left, and you have to have a coverage of 1.5 on the senior debt.
You need sufficient money I'm going to try it this way. You need sufficient money to cover your operating expenses, correct?
Correct.
You need sufficient money to cover your capital expenditures, correct?
Your capital expenditures are covered through either debt issuance or internally generated funds that are available. So they're not part of the P&L per se. They're going to be part of debt service, or they're going to be part of otherwise available funds. If you look at OCC 42, you could see what the waterfall is from the revenues and the expenses, and you can see what the coverage is based on conservative estimates of the revenue stream of Aquarion entities.
The revenue stream of AWA is necessary to cover all of your operating expenses, correct? In order to,
Operating expenses, yes, your revenues should cover your operating expenses.
and it's intended to cover your capital expenditures that have been approved by the RPB, correct?
It's intended to cover your debt service, which could include debt-funded capital.
So does your response mean that all capital expenditures are funded by debt?
Not on a going forward basis. Initially, the initial capital that's required will be debt funded. But not on, we've responded to interrogatories about how much of the anticipated capital expenditures are going to be funded internally and are going to be funded through internally generated funds. And as more and more of the acquisition debt does get paid off, there's going to be significant money available to pay for the capital expenditures.
What's recovered in the rates that you charge your customers?
Rates are covered by all your operating expenses and your debt service. So that's the key aspect in municipal or governmental. There are rate covenants, and the rate covenants are designed not just to cover your interest payment, they're designed to cover your entire debt service.
And that debt service means, in the example I used before, if the debt's 100,000, it means 150,000, correct? For senior obligations.
Correct, after you take into account your operating expenses. So you have your revenue, you have your operating expenses, and you have your debt service, and you need to be at 1.5 for the senior debt. I think if you look at OCC
So
42, you'll see that waterfall, because it actually has in the schedule what the remaining coverage is for the senior debt as well as the subordinate debt.
The revenues include operating expenses and debt service, is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. think this actually is going to take care of one of your read-ins. RRU 37 indicates that the current 3-year contract for contract laboratory services, oh no, that's not the one I asked about. I asked about a different contract, sorry. RRU 37 asked about the response discusses the 3-year contract for laboratory services, which actually has expired, it appears, on June 30, 2025. Has AWCT awarded a new contract?
Yes, we did an RFP for laboratory services.
And those laboratory services, is the new contract with the RWA?
For certain components of the laboratory testing that we require.
And does AWCCT pay a fee to RWA for the use of those laboratory services?
For the services provided to AWCCT, yes.
RWA also uses its own laboratory services, is that correct?
Correct.
And when RWA uses those laboratory services, the costs associated with that are charged to ratepayers as part of the revenue needed?
Correct. The utility side is separated from the costs associated with the commercial side.
And does the price that is charged to RWA ratepayers for RWA's use of the laboratory service, is it the same that is price that's charged to outside third parties?
There is a profit in the third-party transactions that actually offset the RWA rates, and on the utility side, it's part of the cost structure of the utility.
So RWA does not the RWA does not pay for the lab services at the same price that an outside party would pay for the lab services. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. What is AWA's cost of capital expected to be?
It's going to be the debt. And it's going to depend on market conditions, because the only part of our capital structure is going to be the cost of debt.
What's the RWA's current cost of capital?
I don't have that off the top of my head. We have different rates across our different series of debt.
Is all RWA debt tax-free, tax exempt, excuse me?
They're not quite, because when the law was changed that you can no longer do tax exempt advance refunding, we did do some refunding as taxable, because at that time, the taxable rate was lower than, previously tax exempt rates. So we have a couple of tranches that have taxable. RWA very recently did a tender refunding. We believe it was the first one that was done in the state of Connecticut. And we did tender a portion of the 2 taxable tranches that we've done. But there is still a remaining amount. And at the time that we did that, it was still advantageous, which is why we went ahead and did some taxable refinancing.
Is the RWA's cost of capital in the record in this proceeding?
I don't believe it is, but there is no question that it's lower than the 6.46 because it doesn't have an equity component.
Is it possible to get that as a read-in, or do I need to request a late file exhibit?
It's not possible to get it as a read-in today.
If I could, Madam Chair, a late file exhibit for RWA's cost of capital.
Sure, that is late file exhibit 30.
Has RWA ever assessed a surcharge in between rate increases?
not a surcharge. We have, when we used that surcharge mechanism, just to be transparent, when we had to pay the DPH assessment, as all utilities did in the state of Connecticut.
So the RWA had, I'm sorry, you said not a surcharge, but then you said the surcharge mechanism. So I'm not exactly.
In other words, it wasn't a surcharge, but because we had this mechanism set up in our billing system, I'm trying to be transparent, we used it for the DPH assessment that was in effect for a short period of time.
And that was outside of a normal rate case then, correct?
It was a requirement in the state of Connecticut for all utilities.
So the answer to my question was yes, it was outside the normal rate case.
Correct.
Thank you. RRU 53 indicates that after the initial capital funding, AWA will begin to fund capital expenditures with internal funds. By internal funds, that means money collected through customer rates. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. RRU 72 discusses assistance available to low-income customers. The response, correct?
I'm getting there, but correct.
Does Aquarion CT have the authority to foreclose on a customer's property if they fail to timely pay their bill?
No.
Can RWA do so?
We technically can, but we don't pursue that opportunity.
And will AWA have the authority to do so?
I believe so, yes.
There was reference earlier to the cost of capital of the AWCCT. That cost of capital is already included in the rates of AWCCT currently. Is that correct?
I would say the authorized return is based on a historical number, and I'll let Lucy to respond to the rest of the question.
We're authorized a rate of 6.46, but it's currently not what we're earning.
So the authorized rate of return is included in rates based on the test year, correct?
Based on the authorized final decision of PURA after our rate proceeding.
So 6.64% is included in the rates of Aquarion. Maybe that's the better way to ask it.
That's what we're allowed to recover,
Wait.
6.46. But to the extent that you're incurring additional costs, that return, and you're not earning a return, it reduces that.
The return is whatever percentage it is, the return is included in the rates. Is that correct?
Yes,
And AWA intends to still collect at the current rates after closing. Is that correct?
my understanding is that the rates will remain unchanged day one.
And then currently the plan is to seek a rate increase approximately to go into effect somewhere in around the 6-month range after closing. Is that correct?
That's the minimum time that we expect before a rate increase could be effective.
Thank you.
Yes.
Cog 6 indicates that the AWA expects to fund the debt service reserve fund with with a surety bond. And is there a cost for that bond?
The cost is included, the estimated cost is included within the cost of issuance that we talked about yesterday.
So there is a cost for that bond.
Yes, there is a cost for the bond.
And that cost will be recovered through rates?
The cost is included in the debt service.
which is,
Again, we're saying that the rate increases are attributed to the capital investment and not the acquisition cost,
so the debt service is recovered in rates?
including existing rates.
So yes is the answer.
Including existing rates, yes.
Thank you. Cog 17A, the response indicates that the structure has the potential to lead to more constructive outcomes because both management and OCA serve the ratepayer. Is that correct?
I believe so. I'm not able to see COG 17 right now. Sorry. I have it now.
So 17A, again, it indicates that the structure has the potential to lead to more constructive outcomes because both management and OCA serve the ratepayer. Is that correct?
Correct.
The impact that OCA and management can have on actual rates is restricted by the general bond resolution, correct?
It's not restricted by the general bond resolution. The general bond resolution sets forward the minimum covenants.
And the OCA can't, neither the OCA nor management can request that rates not meet those minimum covenants, correct?
We could request if there's monies available in the rate stabilization fund, that we use the rate stabilization fund to help mitigate the increase. I believe in one of the interrogatories, we responded that in the rate applications, our requirement on the RWA side is we have to state whether or not we're using rate stabilization fund money in that particular rate application or not.
When's the last time the RWA used the rate stabilization fund to mitigate a rate increase?
I'd have to confirm the last time we drew from the rate stabilization fund, though, was in 2010. And we don't think it's a prudent idea to use rate stabilization fund money. The credit rating agencies look favorably that our rate stabilization fund on the RWA side is at its target, which would potentially cover 3 consecutive very wet, cool summers.
COG 30 indicates there have been conversations with financial institutions regarding providing a drawdown note or letter of credit facility to help support liquidity, correct?
Yeah, in the early period, yes.
And that would be in addition to the bond?
It would be in addition to the bond, and it would be available, the concept here is available as needed, because we know, and you could actually see this in OCC 42, that we want to get up towards at least 200 days cash on hand, and so it's going to take a little while to do that.
And the costs associated with that drawdown note or line of credit would be paid for by ratepayers? Is that customers of AWA, is that correct?
If it needed to be used, yes.
So there's no cost to simply have the note or the line of credit?
It depends on the arrangement, but on arrangement that RWA actually has today, although it's for a different purpose, there is, with this particular bank, there is no cost as long as there's nothing drawn.
COG 53A. Response indicates that based on current coupon rates, with the exception of 2 maturities, 2049 and 2051, the make-whole premium cost was offset by lower borrowing, correct?
That's correct.
So with the exception of these two maturities, 2049 and 2051, means that the make-whole premium cost would be higher for 2049 and 2051 maturities. Is that correct?
It means that it would be advantageous. It doesn't mean it would be higher. It would be advantageous based on what those coupons are to keep those as opposed to taking them out with the new debt.
COG 53B indicates that based on U.S. Treasury rates as of July 7th, the make-whole premium, if all notes were redeemed, would be approximately 5.9 million. Does this include the 2049 and 2051 maturities?
It does. I don't believe from memory that there's a make-whole on them. They have, the reason that we're interested in keeping them is they have low coupons.
COG 57. This refers to sections 9.25 and 9.26 of the purchase and sale agreement. And I understand that many of the parts of those provisions are subject to a protective order, so I'm not asking for any confidential information. My question is, under either or both of those provisions, could RWA be required to pay for any costs associated with this transaction?
Yes.
And if
The transaction doesn't go through.
the transaction doesn't close, correct?
Correct.
And would those costs be included in RWA rates?
Money has already been put aside in case we need to make these payments.
And from where did that money come?
The money would currently be available in the growth fund or the general fund, which was put aside at various points in time to build those funds up.
And those funds came from customers of the RWA, correct?
At a point in time.
Yes,
At a point in time, yes.
thank you. COG 58 indicates that one of the purported cost-saving benefits of the transactions is, quote, opportunities to share costs, end quote. Is that amount of that sharing subject to some kind of formula?
The intent here was to mention buying power of both the utilities would lead to cost savings. At least that's one of the concepts being referred to here.
But the language, correct me if I'm wrong, the language, quote, opportunities to share costs, end quote, is in this response, is it not?
Yeah, opportunities to cost share. So yes, it is in the response.
Okay. Is the amount of that cost sharing subject to a formula?
Not that's been identified at this point in time.
Who will determine how much each entity pays?
I think we discussed this, I believe, yesterday, where we talked about there's expected that there'll be decisions between the CEO, the CFO, and the two presidents. Depends on the magnitude of what the arrangement is.
COG 64. This relates in particular to, the companies were asked about the acquisition premium or goodwill that will be paid. I don't want to get into the amount. It's not, that's not what the question is. My question is, will that acquisition premium or goodwill be recovered in AWA rates?
Again, the acquisition debt is, covered within the existing rates, and from the calculation of goodwill, it's a relatively small amount.
The question was not about the amount. The question was, will it be recovered in AWA rates?
It would be covered through existing rates. Yes,
Existing rates that'll be charged to AWA customers should the transaction close, correct? Thank you. There's also reference to the make whole amount. Will the make whole amount be recovered in AWA rates?
it's part of the debt service. It's part of the cost of issuance and the closing of the deal.
So yes?
Yes,
Thank you. There's also reference to consultant, investment banker, legal and regulatory support fees. Will those fees be recovered from AWA ratepayers?
it's part of the cost of issuance, yes.
So yes, it will be recovered from AWA ratepayers?
To the extent that it's part of the acquisition and the debt issuance associated with it, yes. And again, from existing rates.
You said to the extent it is. So is there some extent that it won't be?
Actually, at this point, we're actually not paying the investment banker fees. That's being funded through another source.
Who's paying the investment banker fees?
The arrangement that we have with the private placement is funding the investment banker fees as part of that arrangement.
And that arrangement, will those investment banker fees in some way be included somewhere else, just not identified as investment banker fees?
No,
Okay. So I'm trying to follow up on the answers that you're providing to get clarity. So then let's take out the investment banker fees, the consultant, legal and regulatory support fees.
they're all part of the acquisition.
And so those will be recovered in AWA rates, correct?
Correct, over time. Existing rates over time, yes.
Existing rates don't currently include consultant, legal and regulatory support fees relating to this transaction, do they?
But no, but they include other fees and charges that are going away, including the ROE, return on equity, as well as income tax and other costs that are going away under this governance model.
There is also reference in this same response to a change in control or retention payments, and if applicable, any executive severance payments. My understanding is that there, at this point, no intent to have executive severance or retention payments. Is that correct?
Not funded by RWA or AWA.
That is correct.
Are there non-executive retention payments?
No,
Will there be any non-executive severance payments?
no. There are certain transaction performance payments, and those will not be included in rates. Very limited.
The transaction performance payments will be paid by who?
I believe they'll be paid by Eversource.
The current capital structure for AWCCT includes debt and equity, correct?
Correct.
And AWA's entire capital structure will be debt, correct?
That's correct.
Has an independent party conducted an evaluation of that structure?
It's not up for discussion. It's the structure of a governmental entity that we do not have equity in our structures.
So the answer is no?
No, because there's no option to have an independent firm evaluate the structure. It's been the structure of RWA, it's been the structure of municipalities. So no.
In response to several WestCog interrogatories, for example, WestCog 26, the AWA has said it's willing to commit to certain things after closing. How are those commitments going to be memorialized? Well,
26.
it's in
They have to
several- it's in-
Commit to This is about current water conservation programs. And it says AWA will commit, so this interrogatory was submitted under oath.
And to the extent that AWA doesn't move forward with that commitment, what recourse is there for the Public Utilities Regulatory Authority?
I think this is something that's governed by the enabling legislation. There is not much of a leeway available for whether it's going to be Regional Water Authority or Aquarion Water Authority to go away from what's, in the statutes.
So the enabling legislation requires AWA to maintain all current water conservation programs implemented by Aquarion?
There is a separate land use plan that dictates as part of, we submitted as part of an interrogatory for Save the Sounds.
So the land use plan you're required by the enabling legislation to conform to the land use plan?
Right.
Okay. In response to Westcog 28, it says as part of RWA's land use plan, which is expected to be adopted by the AWA, there are no plans to reclassify Class 1 or Class 2 lands to Class 3. Will AWA commit to adopting a land use plan that provides the Class 1 and Class 2 land will not be reclassified to Class 3?
That's already part of, I would say, the legislation. That's part of the statute.
This may have been what was referred to earlier, OCC 14B performance bonus agreements.
Which number is that again?
OCC 14 sub B. It indicates the performance bonus agreements have been provided to 8 employees of Aquarion Water Company for an amount of approximately $1.5 million. And it says these payments will not be borne by ratepayers. Who will bear these costs?
Eversource. Shareholder.
OCC 36 the response indicates that AWA agrees to comply with all land protection and land use covenants contained in prior DPUC and PURA decisions, including Docket 01-11-16. Where's this agreement memorialized?
I think there's per se, I don't believe there's per se a document. Again, there's a commitment to this interrogatory that we will comply with this.
OCC 54B indicates that for capital projects, the OCA can and does submit interrogatories and can and does provide testimony. Can OCA also issue interrogatories and provide testimony regarding rate increases?
Absolutely.
And did it do so in the last rate proceeding?
Yes.
OCC 68, the response indicates that AWA will maintain its headquarters in Bridgeport. Where's this commitment memorialized?
Again, it's not memorialized in a specific document. That is the address that we're using for AWA.
OCC 75 on the 4th page, first full paragraph. It indicates with respect to capital improvement projects that certain projects exempted from the process would be considered must-do and several others. Which process does this refer to?
The process of the application that exceeds $3.5 million.
Okay. It also indicates that, so the projects that are exempted are must-do. And those include programs, ongoing projects, and RPB-approved projects. And under the must-do include programs, it indicates in parentheticals, those improvements where no spending in a given year would be deemed unacceptable. What standard is unacceptable?
Capital pipe replacements, whenever there is repairs that are required. Sometimes there could be emergency projects, like say, for example, a chemical tank needs to be replaced. I think those have to be attended to.
Yeah, no, I understand that. My question is about where it indicates that the must-do programs do not include items where spending in any given year would be deemed unacceptable. What level of spending is deemed unacceptable?
Typically, what we do is during the capital budgeting process, we identify these. So it doesn't define unacceptable in some kind of a monetary fashion. It just, I would say, goes through the process of the annual budgeting, which is presented to the authority boards. Then it goes to the finance committee as well as the other committees. And in those, they are identified and they could fall within any ranges. So it could be 100,000, it could be maybe 1.5 million. So it all depends on the project that comes to, that's identified either by the operations and maintenance groups or by the engineering groups. So there is no unacceptable in terms of dollar values. It's more the emergency nature of these projects that could dictate.
For ongoing projects, let me back up. Some capital projects can't be completed in 1 year, is that correct?
Correct.
So for projects that can't be completed in a single year, is the budget for the entire project approved in year one, or is it approved in this amount year one, this amount year two, and so forth and so on?
We have a 5-year plan that gets approved as part of the process. And when the total like if the project is over 3.5 million, that's the total cost of that project, regardless of the time frame that it is expected to be spent or incurred.
Yeah, so my question's not about that, it's about the recovery of, let's say it costs 3.6 million. So would the 3.6 million all be recovered in year one, or would it be recovered over 3 years if it's a 3-year project? That's the question.
It'd be so as we talked about, the way the rate process works at RWA, we're going to recover the capital that's within that rate period, within those rates. So if there's a project, and there often is, projects that spend, cover multiple years, it's not all being recovered initially.
Thank you. If the RPB approves a project at, let's say, 3.6 million, and the actual cost, it becomes clear the actual cost is going to be 3.75 million, does the RPB need to approve that incremental cost before it's incurred?
If it's above more than 10%, we have to go through the application process. If it's going to be within that 10%, what we would do is we would notify them so there's no surprises. They do have visibility to any as I mentioned, there's a quarterly update with the finance committee on any RPB approved project. But if it's more than that range, it does have to go back through the process.
OCC 87 indicates that Eversource selected Aquarion Water Authority as the winning bidder because, among other things, it possesses the necessary financial capabilities to own and operate Aquarion. And in support of the application as Exhibit AWA-AQ-5, the RWA 2024 annual report was provided. Are any prior year annual reports for the RWA available in the record?
I don't believe so.
And AWA-AQA4 provides the AWCT balance sheet, income statement, sources and uses, correct?
Which is the exhibit that you're looking at?
AWAQ4? There are other things in there, but part of that exhibit is the AWCT balance sheet, income statement, sources and uses.
That's correct.
Are any of the annual reports filed by the AWCT with the Public Utilities Regulatory Authority a part of the, have they been submitted in this record?
We don't believe that they have.
And are any of Eversource's current annual reports in the record in this proceeding?
I do not believe that they are.
I'd like to request a late file exhibit, Madam Chair, for the annual reports of Eversource and the RWA for the period 2014 to 2024, and the annual reports filed by Pura by AWCT for that same period.
I'm sorry, the annual reports filed by Pura or filed with?
Filed by AWCT with Pura.
Thank you. It's the late file exhibit 31.
I promise I'm getting close to the end, guys. OCC 88 Attachment 1 provides a list of Aquarion CT current compliance filing obligations. Correct?
That's correct.
Once this transaction closes, AWA will no longer make those filings. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. OCC 117, the first bullet in the table on that, in that document. Let me know when you're there. Okay, it indicates that under AWA ownership, WICA and WRA will no longer exist between rate cases, correct? I'm sorry, can you just speak into the microphone?
Correct.
Thank you. There are currently WICA and WRA in the rates charged by AWCT, is that correct?
That's correct, and they'll remain, they'll get rolled into the base rates.
So those will be rolled into the base rates charged by AWA after the transaction closes?
Correct.
Thank you. OCC 124 indicates that for AWA, depreciation will not be an explicit factor in the revenue requirement. Will it be any kind of factor in the revenue requirement?
Not explicitly as part of the senior debt at 1.5.
The question, when you say not an explicit factor, what is it that you are trying to convey there? Because it makes it seem like it will be some kind of factor.
It's depreciation for AWA is not a factor in the coverage requirement. As I mentioned earlier, it's a cash-based coverage requirement. For senior debt, it's 1.5, and that does not include depreciation expense.
Okay. How will depreciation factor into AWA rates generally?
It won't be an explicit factor. It's based on the general bond resolution and the coverage that's set forward within the general bond resolution for AWA that does not have a specific depreciation expense factored in. It will, of course, be in the financial, our GAAP-based financial reporting will include depreciation expense.
Is AWA authorized to acquire wastewater systems or supply systems outside of its district?
We'd have to check on that. I believe wastewater would be yes, because the district is defined as the water district.
Would you be able to do it as a read-in, or do I need to request a late file exhibit?
Just to be safe, maybe request a late file exhibit.
Like to understand if, for the late file exhibit, Madam Chair, just for everyone's benefit, that whether the AWA will have the authority to acquire a wastewater system and/or water supply system outside of the district, meaning the Aquarion Water Authority District.
It's late file exhibit 32.
As part of that, can you also indicate if that extends to outside the state of Connecticut?
Yes.
Thank you. I understand that the RWA has incurred certain expenses in connection with the transaction and will continue to do so until closing, correct?
That's correct.
And AWA will be expected to reimburse for those expenses, correct? Assuming the transaction closes.
That's correct.
And who will review the expenses to determine if they were prudently incurred?
There's not a particular entity that will review them. They are subject to our schedule of authorization and delegation of authority from the RWA perspective.
And who will review the expenses to determine if they're just and reasonable?
The expenses are being incurred as required to get through all the pre-closing activity, including the regulatory and other requirements that we have. The authority board, as it relates to the largest items that are being incurred, the authority board did approve the documents relative to like the bridge commitments and things like that, that we are on the hook for currently. Not that we're drawing on the bridge, just to be clear, but there is a cost of having the bridge.
Will any entity, the authority board, the authority RPB, review the expenses incurred prior to them being included in AWA's rates?
Again, there's not going to be a rate increase due to these expenses. They're all wrapped into the analysis that's been done on the acquisition and the cost of the acquisition. And these costs are part of the cost of issuance and other costs that we discussed yesterday.
Who will review the expenses prior to them being included in AWA rates?
Oh, we will share with the management, the president of Aquarion, as to what was expended.
And who will pay those costs if the transaction doesn't close? RWA, is that correct?
That's correct.
And RWA ratepayers would ultimately pay for those?
Again, the money has been put aside, but at one point in time, yes, the money came from the ratepayers.
Can you please clarify who's going to appoint the OCA once the transaction closes? Who will be, I understand there's currently an OCA, but future OCAs, who will be responsible for that?
Our understanding of statute is the OCA of the RWA will become the OCA for AWA. And then on a going forward basis, there could be a reappointment. The entity believe would be the RWA RPB. However, that does not preclude the AWA RPB from weighing in. It doesn't preclude that there could not be an RFP process. That was the process that was used to appoint the current OCA.
But but the RWA RPB will be the entity ultimately with the authority to do so. Is that correct?
That's my understanding based on how the statute is currently written.
Okay. Last few questions. Exhibit AWA-AQ-3, which is the purchase and sale agreement. Section 1 defines seller disclosure schedule, and it means the disclosure schedule delivered by seller to buyer on the date of the agreement, or with or prior to the execution of the agreement. Are those seller disclosure schedules in the record?
I believe they are subject to check.
Is that possible for someone to do it as a read-in? Because if they're not, I would like to request the late file.
We can do a read-in.
Okay, so read in M will be to confirm that the seller schedules are in the record.
Thank you. Section 1 of the PSA defines shared contract. Are there any such contracts currently?
Would you mind repeating the section you're referring
It's
to?
in section 1. It's the definition section, and the definition is for shared contract.
Here it is.
Do a read-in because we just need to confirm what specific contract that refers to.
Sure, it's read in N, but Attorney Miranda, if you could restate for me, please.
Yes, I would like to know if there are any shared contracts as defined in section 1 of the PSA. Section 5.5 of the PSA meaning purchase sale agreement for the record, refers to debt financing letters. Are those debt financing letters in the record?
Talk about section 5.5.
5.4.
I don't believe so. We'd have to confer with counsel.
Can we include that as part of the prior read-in to determine whether there are any debt financing letters in the record?
I already typed it out as read in O.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you. And then my last section that I'm referring to, and hopefully 1 or 2 questions, and we're done. Section 6.6 refers to terminating intercompany agreements. Are those those terminating intercompany agreements in the record in this proceeding?
We believe there was a late file that asked for a shared services agreement, and we could include that in that late file if that's amenable.
That would be fine with me.
Ms. Teixeira, are you referring to late file exhibit 25 that asked for a copy of the accounting policy governing shared services? Or you?
Yeah, that's the
That-
same.
Okay, okay, so we'll add that to late file exhibit 25.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, I have no further questions subject to the read-ins.
Understood. Let's go ahead and take our lunch break then. So we will resume at 12:45.
Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Work over there anyway. So
Are you gonna leave here?
I'm gonna leave my laptop here because I can't connect to the internet anyway. No, today doesn't. Oh, it must be something in there.
We're gonna need it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Are you gonna leave that? I guess we have to.
You guys are not gonna stop?
Whether, I guess it's going to be, Shira has to question.
Yeah, so I was saying you could look down your charger. I guess they could leave the charger. I'll throw it.
Yes. Is that something else?
I mean, it's all pretty forward.
Leave it in, if it is.
Those are just the interrogatory response.
No,
Those
just
would
the
be-
Haven legislation rules of practice, make sure there's. The presentation.
Oh, you've got copies of the book of practice and everything?
Just, just. Question.
Yeah, the bylaws.
Yeah. Not, but yeah, whether. I think,
I requested from Jennifer. Our PV bylaws, the authority. I guess you did, the RPV was. Oh, yes. Found it.
All right, good afternoon. Welcome back to docket number 250403. Are there administrative matters before we resume cross? All right, seeing none. Attorney Coker, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I begin, I have an LFE request that builds off of Attorney Miranda's cross. Ms. Kowalski previously testified that issuance costs would be recovered under Aquarion's current rates because some of the costs, including those rates, will be going away post-transaction. Can we get an LFE with that analysis?
Yes.
Perfect.
That'll be late file exhibit 33.
Yes. Thank you. Now, please turn to the response to RRU 37, including its attachment, and let me know when you have it available.
27.
Yeah, 37. RRU 37.
I have it available.
Will Aquarion, under AWA ownership, continue to obtain laboratory services from RWA if the sale is approved?
Under the current agreement, yes.
Will RWA provide these laboratory services at a discount if the agreement is renegotiated?
Aquarion performed a request for an RFP for all of the laboratory services. It was competitively bid. And the services were provided to a number of laboratories with RWA providing services for a few of those. And the costs that were included in that proposal will be paid by Aquarion to RWA.
And I believe I didn't introduce myself. My name is Josh Coker, and I'm a staff attorney at Pura. Thank you for that response. Now, please open the response to RRU 41.
Mhm.
Okay.
I'm there.
So at the end of this response, RWA states that AWA will be able to purchase from state of Connecticut contracts or any Connecticut-approved government procurement group, alliance, or consortium. Wasn't Aquarion as a private company allowed to make such a purchase?
This is Dan Lawrence from Aquarion. We are not permitted to use the DAS OPM contracts for paving. Would be one of the bigger ones that would be helpful. So,
But you can use it for other types of purchases.
no, we as a private company that can't use those contracts.
Okay, thank you. Could you explain in more detail exactly how public bidding requirements will result in savings as claimed in this response?
But RWA and post-transaction, if it's approved, AWA will need to follow the bidding requirements. So the bidding requirements do exclude professional services, but for everything else, there is a public bidding requirement. And we believe that that requirement will result in lower costs because of the, competitive nature and the requirements under bidding.
So I'd like to request an LFE on this as well. I'm requesting an LFE that provides narrative and figures demonstrating savings from RWA's access to these state of Connecticut contracts or the Connecticut approved government procurement groups, and forecasting savings from Aquarion access to the same under AWA ownership. Contrast the cost to analogous products or services obtained from other suppliers. Does the LFE prompt make sense, or should I elaborate?
Makes sense.
Okay,
Be late file exhibit 34, please.
thank you. Now please refer to the response to ADJ 5. So in this response, RWA states that the decisions made by the RWA RPB on behalf of the AWA RPB are expected to be limited to those requiring pre-closing authorization, correct?
Correct. I do believe, just to be, to clarify, in additional response, we did also include if there are anything that's time sensitive that needs to be addressed.
And time-sensitive stuff. Could you provide some examples of those time-sensitive or other kinds of decisions that the RWA RPB is anticipating taking?
I mean, we're not expecting, but that doesn't preclude, an example may even be like a capital project that needs to get going, that does require approval before the AWA RPB is totally set up.
Do you foresee any urgent capital projects that would need to be ruled
I
on
do-
that quickly?
I don't, but we just wanted to be transparent by also including, should there be a time-sensitive situation that needs to get addressed, they are the existing board that would have that authority.
So am I correct in understanding that there are no such projects known at this moment?
Not known at this moment.
Is it the joint applicant's position that the only policies, procedures limiting the exercise of the RWA RPB's temporary authority are contained in the special act?
Just to clarify, I believe if what you're asking is that all the authorities that they have are contained within the special act, and I believe that is the case, yes.
But what I'm getting at is, are there other rules, other laws that would also limit the use of that authority?
I don't believe so.
Thank you. Now, please refer to the response to ADJ 6. In subpart B of this response, RWA states that the AWA Authority Board members will only be involved in decisions pertaining to the Aquarion Regional Water District and AWA. And the RWA Board will only be involved in decisions impacting the South Central Connecticut Regional Water District and RWA, correct?
Correct.
Just to confirm, when you refer to the AWA Authority Board members, are you referring to all 11 members of the Authority Board or just the 5 appointed by AWA?
We're referring to all 11 members.
So in some part C of this response, RWA states that all 11 members of the board have a fiduciary duty to the entity they're acting on behalf of. So the entire 11-member board votes on matters concerning the AWA, including the RWA appointed members, correct?
Correct.
So the 11 board members, and I'm just confirming details. 11 board members are the same individuals for both RWA and AWA, correct?
Correct.
So in other words, if AWA appointed someone, let's call them John Smith, to the board, John Smith would vote on AWA matters when he's sitting on the AWA board. And then when the matter is an RWA matter, he's acting as a member of the RWA board. It's almost like he switches hats between the two.
Correct.
So with that understanding, could you explain what the RWA means when it says the AWA RPB will elect its members to the AWA board, not the RWA board? Wouldn't John Smith, for my example, be on both boards?
Yes, he would be on both boards, yes.
So was that misstatement in the answer, or I'm just trying to understand?
I think what we were getting at is that for the board members that the AWA RPB appoints, they would be appointing those new members.
Okay. And the RWA members already appointed at this point.
At this point, there's 5 members.
So this answer also states that it is unlikely that the votes will be based on whether the board member was appointed by the AWA RPB or the RWA RPB. Why is that unlikely? What is the basis for that statement?
Again, it's because what they're opining on. So when they're opining on a matter that pertains to the AWA, that's what they're opining on. Let's say it's a capital project. The capital project for AWA doesn't pertain to a capital project for RWA. So we're actually having difficulty trying to determine where the perception is that there's some conflict because they're separate entities and these boards have a fiduciary responsibility to the entity that they're opining on.
Okay, thank you. So now I'd like to refer to the response to ADJ8, including its attachment.
I have the attachment.
Okay. So, and this was discussed a bit in Attorney Miranda's cross, but 30 of the 59 municipalities in the AWA Regional Water District have a weighted vote at 0. Can you explain the actions that these non-voting members may take in their official capacity?
There's multiple. They can still be a chair of a committee that governs, the activities of that committee. They can, nothing would preclude them from even being the chair of the entire RPB. So they still have a voice. I believe I mentioned with the RWA, we have an example where a member that has 0 votes was the chair of the land use. And currently, our chair of the entire RPB is from a town that has 1 vote.
Thank you. So looking at the answer when concerning the RWA RPB, it looks like Beacon Falls is the only municipality that currently has a weighted vote at 0 in RWA's RPB.
That's correct.
What role does that board member currently serve in the RWA RPB?
So he was the chair of the land use at a point in time. He's currently at this point a member. I don't recall off the top of my head I don't recall definitely what committee he's a member of, but I believe he is a member of the land use committee.
So that seat is still occupied. There's someone appointed from
Correct.
Beacon Falls. Okay. So the weighted votes for each RPB add up to a total of 101, correct?
Correct.
So that would mean 101 votes on the RWA RPB, 101 the AWA RPB. They're a separate pool of 101 votes.
Correct.
So the weighting process for these RPBs divides them up between municipalities in the district according to the amount of authority, land, and customers in the district. Is that correct?
It is correct. It's as described in the enabling legislation, how the land is weighted and how the customers are weighted.
Thank you. Because the municipalities in a district are dividing up the pool of 101 votes between themselves, the weighted vote of a municipality in, for example, the AWA RPB is not directly comparable to the weighted vote of a municipality in the RWA RPB, correct? In other words, you couldn't, that might be a bit hard to understand. I'm just simply stating that, for example, if the weight of one municipality in one RPB is not going to be the same if that municipality was in a different RPB because there are other municipalities they're dividing the votes up with. Different weighting.
But the weighting is the same. The municipalities, though, that are in the group are different.
Right, but they're competing essentially for those 101 votes. So the amount of votes you ultimately get with a set amount of land and a set number of customers is going to be different depending on the RPB because you're
Yes, it could be.
Okay.
And the structure in either the RWA or the RPB is like a proportional structure based on land being weighted more heavily than customers as prescribed in the statute.
Understood. So just to make this all clear, just so it's completely clear for the record. So if, like, for example, RWA acquired more customers or more land in Milford, which is in the RWA RPB, that would increase Milford's weighted vote in the RWA RPB at the expense of the other municipalities in that district, but it would have no impact on the AWA RPB.
That's correct.
And so I'm requesting a late filed exhibit on the RPBs. Attachment 1 to ADJ8 provided a number of customers and acreage of authority land for each municipality in the AWA district. I'd like an identical breakdown of the land and customers for the municipalities in the RWA district.
That's fine.
Late file exhibit 35.
Thank you. Now, please open the response to ADJ 14.
There.
Subpart B of this response states that the RWA-RPB's temporary authority to act in the place of the AWA-RPB ceases when a quorum is appointed to the AWA-RPB. So just to confirm, a quorum is a majority of the weighted votes. That would mean 51 of the 101 votes, correct?
I would want to check that because I believe the quorum is like the number of individuals, but subject to check.
Can we get a reading on that? I just to confirm that point. Okay. Because I believe the language I'm looking at in the special act says members of the Aquarion Representative Policy Board holding majority of the votes so weighted shall constitute a quorum. So
Okay, then, yes, then,
Weighted votes.
yeah, yes.
So I don't need the reading. Would temporary authority that the RWA-RPB is exercising on behalf of the AWA-RPB immediately cease upon municipal appointment of 51 weighted votes? Or would some sort of enabling act, a resolution from the RWA-RPB, something like that be required?
No,
No, it would just happen automatically?
they would become the governing board, yeah.
Thank you. Now, please turn to the RWA's response to ADJ 17. So throughout this hearing, the fiduciary duty of this hearing and leading up to it, the fiduciary duty of the authority board has been a recurring topic. In subpart B of this response, RWA states that the ability to sue for breach of fiduciary duty rests with the beneficiary for the fiduciary relationship, which is the AWA. But since the AWA is not a natural person, it can't sue on its own. It's going to have to sue through specific individuals in the organization. Who can bring suits on behalf of the AWA?
I would defer to the attorneys.
Has the RWA ever sued before?
Yes.
Who was responsible for bringing that suit?
In the cases that I'm thinking about, it would be largely like management initiative on a matter that was felt strongly about.
So management initiated, so an officer, like the CEO, someone in the C-suite.
Correct.
Would the board have to ratify that decision, or would the management be able to sue independently?
The management could pursue independently, depending on the topic. There would be discussion with the authority board if it was warranted.
But they could bring it independently. They wouldn't need board authorization to bring a lawsuit on behalf of the AWA, or in this case, in the past, in the RWA.
Not in the matters that I'm familiar with.
I think it's mostly operational issues. I think that's the context.
And not in the matters that I'm familiar with. If there was some kind of another matter, this goes back a ways, but if there's some kind of like settlement discussion or something like that, we would go to the board, if it was of a magnitude.
What if it were an issue of misconduct by a member of the board? For example, a breach of fiduciary duty. Would the officers of the AWA bring a suit against them? Or who would be responsible for bringing that suit?
Again, I'm not an attorney, but I believe that could be the case. I just share another example from a RWA. As an example, like we have a hotline, and that hotline is referred to, at the time, it was referred to a independent firm, and they would pursue, an officer would initiate, not one that's in question, would have the independent firm do an investigation.
The reason I'm asking these questions is because of some of the language in the special act, which I'm trying to understand. Section 44 of the Special Act states that subject to the provisions of Section 34 and 65, inclusive of this act, the authority shall have the power to sue and be sued. To my understanding, the authority as is defined as the board in the statute.
Not always. I know this is sometimes confusing. Sometimes the reference to authority is the authority board. At other times, it's broadly the authority as in the entity.
Which one applies in this case?
The entity is my interpretation.
So I'm going to quote some language from Section 42 of the Special Act, which states, except as the bylaws of the authority may provide in emergency situations, the powers of the authority shall be exercised by the members at a meeting duly called and held.
I think in that instance, they're talking about the authority board.
But this also, just 2 sections down, explicitly defines suing as a power of the authority. This, to me, it reads like the board is the only one that has power to sue.
I mean, that's not our understanding.
What is your understanding based on?
Like the entity and an officer of the corporation could pursue a litigation.
I would like to request a late filed exhibit of your of RWA's processing of lawsuits. Select a couple of random lawsuits. I want and demonstrate who brought the suit and whether or not the board was involved and the degree of the board's involvement in that suit.
That's fine.
Okay, so this could be late file exhibit 36. Attorney Coker, do we have a set number of examples over what time period we want to dictate?
3 examples between 2023 and present.
We may not actually have 3, but we may. We'll have to check. We don't bring lawsuits that often.
Understood. So further down in the answer to subpart B, RWA refers to the ability of the RPB to remove board members for cause under Section 38 of the Special Act. The language of that section states that any member of the authority may be removed from the office by the Aquarion Representative Policy Board for cause. Are there any significant differences that you're aware of? And I understand you're not an attorney, but are there any significant differences you're aware of between that Section 38 ability to remove for cause and similar ones in Section 5?
There should not be any difference.
They're referring to the same ability.
Right.
Is for cause defined anywhere?
I don't believe so within the enabling legislation itself.
So that would be just a dictionary definition or a general legal definition of that term?
I would defer to the attorneys, but my understanding would be it would be a legal definition.
Yeah, I would agree with Rochelle. I was going to say the same. We would defer to counsel.
So would this ability to remove for cause apply to all board members or simply the board members appointed by that RPB?
No, actually, all board members, all 11. And
Okay, so to clarify, the AWA RPB could remove an RWA appointed board.
correct.
How many votes would that require? Is it a majority of the weighted vote of one RPB or both? In other words, is it 51 of 101 or 102?
I think this maybe was a late filer read-in from earlier. We would need to confirm that. I could be wrong, but
Perhaps you're referring to late file exhibit 26, provide the process for removal of RWA board members by the RPB board. Do you feel like that will capture?
because we would indicate what the vote would be.
Okay, so we'll capture that with the late file exhibit 26.
Do the joint applicants agree that, drawing on your experience as officers of a corporation, that the fiduciary duty of loyalty requires members of a board to prioritize the interests of the entity they're acting on behalf of?
Yes.
Would it be in the best interest of the AWA and RWA to negotiate with vendors for suppliers to obtain the best possible prices?
It would be, again, the board does not get involved in like day-to-day activity.
But they do approve these decisions that are made by operations, correct?
It depends on the magnitude.
Let's say it's a large magnitude matter that reaches the board. They're responsible for approving the decision of the officers.
If it's a large enough transaction, yes.
How large of a transaction? Is that on the record somewhere or?
Oh, well, the capital projects are on the record and there's not a particular like cutoff that is in a document to my knowledge. But there are, certain types, like debt would be an example where, management and on their own does need a resolution approved by the board to issue debt, just as an example.
Okay.
And as earlier explained, the public bidding process does bring in transparency in terms of other contracts and services that we typically procure. So there is normally, I would say, an RFQ or an RFP or a contracts that put out and bidders bid for it.
And I will add to that, that if an exemption is being asked from the bidding process, that does need board approval.
The exemptions require board approval. Okay. So earlier, I used the hypothetical example of John Smith, the AWA appointee to the board. He switches his hats depending on which matter he's voting on. How would John reconcile the duty to, when he's negotiating with the RWA, the conflicting interest to obtain what is the best interest for one company in a zero-sum situation? And I can rephrase that. Let's say that there's an exempt negotiation, that it's an exempt matter that is not going out to be bid, so it requires board approval. John Smith votes for an agreement while acting on behalf of the AWA, he's negotiating with the RWA on an exempt matter. And he gets a favorable deal for the AWA. Would that breach his duty to the RWA?
Can you repeat the question again? Just to clarify, like the bidding exemptions would be individually for the RWA by the RWA board and individually for the AWA for the AWA board.
I understand. But in both circumstances, it would require board approval because it's an exemption.
Correct.
It would require approval of both boards, essentially. The same 11 people would have to vote twice.
For the exemption would pertain to the particular entity, yes.
So like as a hypothetical, if the water agreement that RWA is currently providing to Aquarion, if that were being renegotiated and it was an exemption, then both the board would have to vote twice, once for RWA, once for AWA to approve that deal.
As was mentioned, I believe earlier, we're not envisioning that we get to the board level. That particular agreement, we've responded to interrogatories that it's our intent to keep that agreement as it currently exists. And we believe that's actually fair to both parties because it's part of the revenues to RWA and it's part of the expenses currently to Aquarion.
Understood, but could you, just because this particular one you don't think applies, are you saying that no circumstance could ever apply in which the board had to vote on an exemption?
No, I'm not saying that, I'm not saying that there would be no circumstance that the board would have to vote on an exemption. And again, I'm not clear on to when it would be a conflict on a public bidding exemption between the two entities.
Right.
Right. Typically, the public bidding exemption happens when you're looking for a sole source vendor. So if it's a SCADA system and there is only one SCADA provider, then we will actually go for an exemption to exempt ourselves from public bidding, actually, right? So those would be the examples where we would seek exemptions. The wholesale, I would say, purchase agreements are already governed by contracts. And typically the cost of service studies would dictate the wholesale purchase price, what we're going to charge, whether it's going to be AWC or Meriden, doesn't matter. They are dictated by the cost of service studies and the associated rates that come with it. So when you actually go for exemptions, when you look at, I would say, the examples that we had provided, not as part of it, but if you go to the public records that's available, typically they would be looking at vendor exemptions or service provider exemptions that are only like sole sourced.
Understood. Sole source is typically where
Yeah.
exemptions come to play.
Right.
I'm simply trying to understand how John Smith could negotiate essentially with himself for an agreement that's not unfair to one party when he's representing conflicting interests. It's zero sum. The more money AWA pays for a service, the more RWA gets, or vice versa.
But I think a fiduciary responsibility, though, would be to be fair to both parties, and the board member would not have any individual financial like gain associated. So you would do what's right for both parties.
But how would you define right for both parties? Because ultimately, you're putting a price tag on a service, and the price goes up or it goes down. That's at benefit of one at the expense of the other.
I believe we've said in a response to an interrogatory, like going forward, entity transactions would be dealt with on a case by case. So I'm not even sure there would be a price involved. There could be a cost sharing like we talked about earlier today.
So you're saying a price could never be involved because
No, I'm saying, no, I'm saying a price possibly would be involved, but that's not necessarily the case.
well, then I'm asking about the cases in which the price is involved.
Again, I would think you'd be fair to both parties, given the facts and circumstances of the situation.
So how would you define a fair price in a zero-sum negotiation for a sole source product or service? When, again, ultimately, AWA is going to be buying or selling, the other one's going to be buying or selling. The more money one side gets, the less the other side gets.
Can you maybe clarify the example that you're talking about?
Sure. Let's say that an RWA employee has a certain technical expertise that is uncommon, and AWA needs to hire them as a contract to do some consulting.
Okay.
So when AWA and RWA are negotiating the price for that consultant, how would they reconcile the conflicting interests when considering it's a zero-sum negotiation?
In an arrangement like that, it would most probably be done through a cost allocation and not a price negotiation. And I doubt that it would go to the board level.
But if it did go to the board level,
I would think it would be a cost allocation in that case.
If I may, I think there are a number of costs, and we've spoken about this several times during this proceeding, where a framework would need to be established to allocate costs when there are shared resources, including things like the CEO and the CFO time, similar to what multiple subsidiaries might have in place. So you'd have an accounting policy that dictates whether it's actual time charged based on the time worked, or if it's based on the allocation, for example, of number of customers that are served in each entity. And it would be laid out in a policy to eliminate as much as possible, a conflict of interest.
as much as possible.
As much as possible. And then there's, the duty to serve, which, you would have a code of conduct. So if there is any kind of conflict, whether it's an individual member or a situation, it's their duty to bring that forward and to be discussed so that there is a resolution to that conflict where it's fair to both entities.
Okay. Is the shared services policy or cost allocation manual in this record?
No, it's not yet developed.
RWA doesn't have one currently existing for its own purpose.
RWA, we have subsidiaries. The subsidiaries are like a cost base when like RWA is supporting a subsidiary. But I think you're asking about the arrangement between RWA and AWA going forward, and we still need to work on that.
Thank you. One moment, please. So when this policy is developed for the AWA, would that require board approval to formalize the policy?
We would most probably bring it to the board, but I would expect that it would be worked on through the, the CEO, the CFO, and the two presidents.
I understand that the executives are going to be most likely developing and drafting this policy, but would they be able to straight up implement it without board approval?
Yeah, the boards will have to look at it and provide input and fine tune, I would say, the policy, because ultimately the board will also be looking at, as you said, the conflict of interest that could arise between, I would say a John Smith. So I think we will look for that input to make sure that they're okay with it.
So the cost allocation agreements that you have with your subsidiaries, is that on the record somewhere?
No. And it's not a policy, although it's been implemented that when RWA is providing support in some limited instances, those costs are billed to the subsidiaries.
How are those costs billed? How are the
They're
price-
direct costs. They're incurred. We know what's incurred on the RWA side, and they're billed to the subsidiary entities.
So in effect, you're providing those services at cost.
Correct. Yes, we are providing it at cost.
If you were selling this on the open market, it wouldn't be at cost. So you're not getting profits that would be otherwise obtainable, correct?
Not internally, no. And the net income of those entities go back to the utility. So there's no advantage of charging them a price, and for financial reporting, it would need to be eliminated anyway because the current subsidiaries of RWA are part of overall RWA's financials. They're subsidiary entities.
Subpart A of this response states that if a conflict should arise, the conflict would need to be disclosed to the full authority board. And the respective board would have the authority to address that potential or actual conflict as appropriate. When you say the conflict should be disclosed, could you elaborate on that? Who would he be reporting it to? Which board specifically?
The way that this is intended, if it's a conflict that somebody has with their duties to the AWA, it would be to the AWA board. And if it's a conflict relative to RWA, it would be to the RWA board.
And disclosure would essentially be explaining the situation and explain the conflict to the board. What would the board do then? Would it ratify? Or
It may make a decision, often decision would actually be, and the member may suggest it himself, is to recuse her or herself from the decision if they're conflicted.
well, that makes sense for a personal conflict. For example, if one of the authorities wants to do business with a company owned by a board member. But what if the conflict is between the two entities, the two authorities? How would that be disclosable?
I think that they would discuss it among the board, and keeping in mind it is the same 11 people, so they should be able to sort out the conflict, I would think.
Please refer to the response to 80J18.
118.
18. Yes. Can you indicate the specific sections of the special act that are the basis of this response?
I just need to look it up where the powers are specified.
Could I get that as a read-in?
Yes.
Okay, that is reading Q.
Sections 9 and 42 of the special act, as amended, state that except as the bylaws of the authority may provide in emergency situations, the powers of the authority shall be exercised by the members of a meeting duly called and held. Are the bylaws currently in place at RWA for emergency board meetings on the record somewhere?
They may be contained in the bylaws. I would need to check. We do from time to time have emergency meetings, not very rarely.
Could I get if they are not on the record and I'd presume someone could confirm, could I get that as an LFE, the copy of the bylaws governing emergency board meetings?
To the extent that they're in the bylaws.
I apologize. It's slave file exhibit 37.
Has the RWA held emergency board meetings before?
Yes.
You
Yes.
said that, yes. I would also like a late filed exhibit that provides narrative on the nature of those emergencies, the process by which the emergency was declared, and subsequent actions taken by the RWA. Just an example of how emergency board meetings operate in the RWA.
Okay, that's fine.
Section 43 of the special act states that an emergency means a determination by the chief executive officer of the authority, the chairman of the authority, and the chairman of the RPB or their designees. So just to confirm, does the emergency determination have to be a joint declaration by the CEO and the chairs of the board and RPB, or does one or two?
I think this is actually a different sort of sense of an emergency. This is regarding like an emergency that would require the boards to convene. I'll share an actual example that happened before that legislation was added to the enabling legislation. So there was a critical need to have a large capital investment to address an issue. And we had to go through the entire process at the time, including the 20-day period to have a hearing, as well as like all the protocols with the meetings. And, we felt it was important to actually modify the enabling legislation to more quickly address an emergency. And so there was wording added to the enabling legislation that shortened under that circumstance, like the period that was needed to like notice an emergency meeting and other aspects so we could deal with that type of an operational emergency in a quicker fashion that needed like RPB approval.
I understand. I'm just trying to understand how they're called. So if the RWA calls an emergency board meeting, the statute mentions three different officers: the chairs of the board, the chair of the RPB, and the CEO how many of those three individuals have to sign on to the emergency for the board meeting to be called? Does it have to take all three or just one or two?
I think, well, the board, so the chair would need to approve having the meeting, the chair of the board, to actually hold the meeting.
Chair of the board would have to hold the meeting. Does that mean that the chair of the board could hold the meeting without the consent of the other two, or at least without the input of the other two?
I think input is always sought, whether it's the CEO's input or the 5-member authority, which will become the 11-member authority.
I understand. I'm
The
just
chair, as well as the chair of the RPB. Typically, it's more of a consent where all three kind of, I would say, talk about the issue and see if it requires an emergency meeting. And that's how it goes forward.
I understand. I'm trying to understand, though, what is the minimum for this to take place. I understand that they cooperate. I understand that they speak to each other. But could any of these three individuals call the board meeting on their own?
I don't think we would do that. thinking of an actual situation, and in this case, I'll say senior management conferred with the chair of the board, and the chair of the board agreed that it warranted a special meeting.
I understand that. I'm trying to understand what is possible, not what is typical.
We'd have to check the bylaws as to how it's specifically written.
Okay, could I get that as a read-in or LFE as appropriate?
I think it'd be a late file.
Relay file?
Okay, lay file exhibit 39, the bylaw reference dictating convening of the emergency board meetings.
The prompt I would use is a copy of any bylaws concerning authorization for emergency board meetings by the CEO, the chair of the board, or the chair of the RPB. Just to clarify, if any of those positions were vacant, could an emergency meeting still be called or declared?
We think so, yes.
Yeah, I would, we would check the bylaws, but I would believe so. Yeah.
So if there was no CEO temporarily because one resigned, they could still call it with just the other two.
Yeah.
And just to clarify, none of those positions have currently been filled for the AWA, correct?
No? Can you repeat that question?
Sorry, none of those positions have currently been filled for the AWA, specifically the CEO, chair of the board, chair of the RPB.
But
Okay.
by statute, the CEO of RWA will become the CEO of the AWA.
But they are not currently.
Yeah, they're.
Currently,
They are.
Currently, I continue as the interim CEO.
That's right.
So if you go by the statute,
Mhm.
then technically I would inherit it. But again, I just want to kind of, if I would say caveat that's saying it's an interim CEO. So if you're asking whether there is a CEO at this time being, technically verbatim, there isn't. But is there an interim CEO for both? I think that's the way the application states, with my name as currently, actually.
Okay, thank you. Now, please open the application exhibit AWA AQ5, that's the 2024 annual report. And let me know when you have it available.
AQ5, did you say?
Yes, AQ5. It's the 2024 annual report.
I have it.
On page 35, there's narrative about the rate stabilization fund. Now I have a couple of questions about that.
Okay.
So on the narrative on the right column on this page states that deposits into the rate stabilization fund are equal to the amount by which interest on variable rate bonds assumed for rate making purposes exceed the amount of interest and related costs paid during the previous fiscal year. Can you explain what assumed for rate making purposes means in this context?
But we don't have any variable rate bonds, so we're not using that sub-account within the rate stabilization fund. And since I've been with RWA, we've never had variable rate bonds.
So the last sentence of this narrative states that the authority may at any time transfer any monies in the rate stabilization fund surplus subaccount to the revenue fund, but only if each of the other funds are funded or above their respective requirements. Has the authority ever transferred money from this subaccount to the revenue fund?
Yes, it was last done in 2010,
Anytime.
fiscal 2010.
If money was transferred from the surplus revenue account to the revenue fund, would that benefit RWA ratepayers?
I wouldn't necessarily consider it a benefit. It's actually a requirement. Once all the fund, if the covenants are not made and all the debt, all the required funds are at their, actually, you're asking the other way around. So if the covenant is not made, there's a requirement to transfer money from the rate stabilization fund to meet the covenant.
Right. But I was, the question I was asking is, would that benefit? You said you wouldn't necessarily
I
say.
wouldn't necessarily say that it benefits. It's because if you're, in my opinion, if you're transferring money from the rate stabilization fund, it means that your rates are not sufficient to meet the covenant. That's why you would transfer money from the rate stabilization fund into the revenue fund.
So when you say it's not necessarily, would you say that, are you saying that it is not a benefit to the ratepayers or it's neutral?
But if you need to transfer the money to the rate stabilization fund because you're not making the covenant, I would say that's neutral. If you're asking a different question about whether you would use the rate stabilization fund to meet the covenant as part of a rate application, I mentioned earlier that in RWA applications, we have to specifically state if we're using any money from the rate stabilization fund to meet the covenants within the rate application. And my personal opinion is I don't think that's beneficial because it means you really don't have the rates in place to cover the cost of service.
Thank you. So I believe some of this was covered on cross previously, but I just wanted to clarify some details. On the table in the top left corner of page 36, it says 10 million has been the revenue in the RSF for years 2023 and 2024. Is that amount still 10 million as it is today?
Correct.
For how many years has it contained exactly 10 million?
I believe it's, I have to check the period that it met the target. I could quickly do that as a read-in, but it has been at the target for several years now. And we are proud of the fact that we haven't had a draw from it to meet the covenants.
Yes, I would like that as a read-in, specifically a read-in on how many years the rate stabilization fund is contained, the 10 million that we see on this exhibit.
Read in R.
How much money would be required for the AWA's rate stabilization fund?
I believe in response to one of the interrogatories, we said we, would need to determine what that target amount is. The expectation would be it may actually be a similar amount, not necessarily a larger amount because of the idea that you, in my opinion, you want it available, but you really don't want to draw from it.
How is this 10 million figure computed for RWA?
It actually goes back a while, even before my joining RWA, but it is really based on getting through 3 cool, wet summers, because that does impact RWAs. I believe it impacts Aquarion's revenue as well and other water utilities. There's a seasonal impact. And so if you have like 3 consecutive cool, wet summers and your revenue is really reduced by that, you may need to draw on the rate stabilization fund. I mean, RWA currently, I'll just add, has other funds now available that could also be used.
So how was that fund arrived at though? Was it's something?
It's actually approximately $3 million in potential weather-related revenue deficiencies. So that's like the basis, so could you get through 3 wet summers?
So the 10 million is based on 3 wet summers, essentially.
Approximately, yes.
But you mentioned it has been, I think you said it's been at 10 million since 2010, correct?
I said that we haven't drawn from it since fiscal 2010, and we'll check how long it's been
Check on
at
that.
10 million.
That's correct.
Again, we view it favorably, as does the credit rating agencies, that we haven't need to draw from it to meet our covenants.
Understood. Why hasn't the amount gone up with inflation, though? If this is essentially a rainy day fund when there's a revenue shortcoming.
It is, but as I mentioned, we have other avenues now, and the rate stabilization fund is a restricted fund, which basically means, there are certain, the flow of funds is more constrained than, let's say, our general fund. Our general fund can be used for any useful purpose. So in my opinion, it's more advantageous to perhaps put more money, let's say, into the general fund than into the rate stabilization fund.
Understood. I'm just trying to understand how the 10 million, why the 10 million hasn't changed. If it was enough at one point in time, why is it not changing in the future?
I also think, from time to time, we talk about the target, but again, we haven't needed to draw from the rate stabilization fund. And if you're adding money to that rate stabilization fund, there's only certain directions, like into the revenue fund, that monies can go. So we would prefer not to restrict money within the rate stabilization fund when we have no intention to draw from it.
Thank you. Now, please turn to the responses to RRU 13 and COG 11.
I'm at RRU 13. Do I need to pull up COG 11 also?
Yes, thank you. So these responses state, in effect, that the basis for disapproving proposed rates is a finding that the rates either exceed or are insufficient for revenue requirements, correct?
That's correct.
Can you explain the criteria that RWA uses to make the finding that rates are excessive or insufficient?
It's actually, it's the RPB's decision to make that determination, not management's decision.
Are there guidelines for that decision, or is it simply an exercise of their discretion?
Can you ask the question again?
I'm just trying to understand what the criteria is they use to make that determination.
So I can't state to what the RPB actually, is in their minds, but I can say that we provide a extensive rate application that goes through a lot of detail on the debt that's in there, the operating expenses, whether or not we use the rate stabilization fund. We do have certain discretion relative to, certain aspects, just following our protocol. And it's up to the representative policy board after a public hearing to determine if they believe that we're asking for an excessive amount, or for that matter, if the revenue requirement that we're asking for is insufficient.
Do you know if there are written protocols or guidelines for how the RPB evaluates the application?
There's written protocols as to what has to be in a rate application. It's prescribed in the rules of practice, and there is a review by the finance committee to ensure that the application is complete. Then at the public hearing, there'll be a presentation of the rate application. And then, there's a subsequent decision. The RPB members are free to ask, any questions. As we talked about, the OCA also opines. And I believe we may have shared this in an interrogatory. If there's anything that's out of the ordinary relative, and when I say that, it's because the boards have visibility into the operating budget. They have our 10-year model. So usually when we put our application forward, we'll often say, in our 10-year model, we expected the rate increase to be X, and it's, lower, or if it's higher, we'll say that. But if there's anything that's really of significance, it would have got vetted before we actually submit the application.
So am I correct in understanding that the practice book is primarily, the guidance in it, it concerns whether the rate application is complete? Is that the primary purpose of it? I'm trying to understand what's in this because it's not on the record to my knowledge.
So there's a prescribed format that a rate application needs to be in. So there's a prescription about like what is required in each section. And then there is a review by the finance committee whether the application is complete. If it's complete, it will get, the next step in that process will be a notice of the public hearing, and then a public hearing happens. I'm not sure if I'm answering your question, though.
I think you are. So just to clarify, the essentially the written guidelines that you're mentioning are making sure that all the boxes are checked, making sure the application is complete and meets the minimum requirements for an application.
That's the completeness check.
Yes, completeness check. And but when we start going further into that, to the evaluation of whether or not to approve, whether it's excessive or insufficient, that's going to essentially be the RPB's judgment call. Is that
Going to be the judgment call after a review of a pretty extensive like rate application and the areas that there's a judgment, I'll use, like being made on what management is putting forward. And it's up to the RPB to determine if that's insufficient or excessive.
And are there any written guidelines for that judgment call, or is that simply just what the RPB feels is fair, what is sufficient or
I
acceptable?
think the RPB feels based on the testimony, whether it's complete. And again, there's interrogatory, so they can ask questions about, what we assumed is the revenues. They could ask questions about, expense level. So there is that whole process to vet what is in the rate application.
Are there any other written guidelines that apply to the rate making process, or is it just?
There is other guidelines relative to the rest of the process. There's notice requirements of the hearing. We're also required to formally notice the final decision. So there are several protocols, actually.
So notice requirements are the other guidelines.
Notice requirements, yes. Public hearing, yes. If that's prescribed, there has to be a public hearing.
So there's a completeness check, notice requirements, and then the judgment call, the RPB.
Not just in that order, but yeah. There's a notice requirement of the public hearing. We actually have to put, as part of that notice, what the proposed rates are. So we do that. We do it on our website. We do it in newspapers. The notice of the public hearing is called. The public hearing takes place. And then when there is a final decision, the final decision is also required to be noticed.
Thank you. If this application were to be approved, would the AWA apply the same rate making process the RWA currently uses?
So the protocols are the same. The general bond resolutions, as we talked about earlier, are different. So from that perspective, there'll be differences, but the protocols will be the same, yes.
Now, please open attachment 1 to RRU 13. So on this response, on page 1, there's no proposed increase for the meter rates in 2018. Was maintaining the existing 2017 meter rates part of the 2018 rate proposal, or was there a 2018 proposed meter increase that was determined to be excessive?
No, generally, for the last several years, RWA has done rate increases every 18 months, with the exception of during COVID. We did stay out of rates for a period of time. But other than that, for the more recent history, we do rate increases every 18 months.
So the reason there was no increase in 18 was because it fell based on essentially the 18 months fell in 17 and 19?
So fiscal 18, it does appear that there is a proposed and final rate increase in 19. In fiscal 19, there is no rate increase. And in fiscal 21, there is no rate increase. And in fiscal 2023.
Okay. So every 18 months, that makes sense. Thank you. Can you provide any examples from recent RWA rate applications in which proposed rates were deemed excessive and then revised or reduced from the original application?
There hasn't been that situation for the last several years. I believe we responded to that in one of the interrogatories.
Right. That hasn't happened in several years. Could we get an example of when it has, what that process looked
There
like?
hasn't been a situation where the RPB has denied a rate application.
Okay.
Again, the only reasons that they could do it is if it's excessive or if it's insufficient per the statute.
Correct. That's what I'm getting at. I'm trying to understand what would happen if they did make that determination.
If they made that determination, and I think we may have responded to this as well, if it was denied, the RWA in this case, or the AWA going forward, would have to resubmit. An application that would be expected to be approved.
Okay, thank you. So please turn to the response to RRU 15. So in this response, you state that in 2024, RWA had accumulated approximately 16.1 million in revenues from various non-core ventures. And it also anticipates about 22 million in non-core revenues in 25.
Correct.
Is that $22 million prediction for fiscal year 25 still on target?
Yes.
Are there any current plans to introduce similar non-core ventures in the Aquarion district if the transaction is approved?
It's definitely something that we're going to look at. I don't recall the interrogatory number that we responded to, but we basically said we do need to, work on what those offerings would be.
Thank you. Do you have a projected timeline or an idea of when you would start implementing non-core revenue for AWA post-transaction?
This is just an estimate. It would probably be, maybe like a year after. I think there's other key things that we would need to work on.
Please open the response to RRU 18. So in this response, RWA states that it takes approximately 5 to 6 months to get a rate case from application to its effective date. You also mentioned a 45-day appeal period. I just want to confirm that 45-day period is not included in the 5 to 6 month estimate.
It actually is included in it because the decision usually happens, and this is from, I don't have the schedule right in front of me, but the decision is probably like on the third-ish month. And while the appeal is pending, we're working on our preliminary official statement and other things that have to do with the debt issuance that's associated with the rate increase.
Okay, thank you. So changing topics somewhat, can you quantify the number of instances in which a consumer complaint was escalated to the OCA and was reviewed by the Consumer Affairs Committee?
Can we do that as a late file?
Yeah, we can take that as a late file.
So that'll be late file 40. Could you repeat that,
Sure.
Attorney Cook?
A quantification of the number of instances in RWA history in which a consumer complaint was escalated to the OCA and was reviewed by the Consumer Affairs Committee. And I would like to revise that to since 2010.
Okay, I'm gonna need you to say that again because that was a lot to type very quickly.
My apologies.
Very small number that I do know.
Quantification of the number of instances in which a consumer complaint was escalated to the OCA and was reviewed by the Consumer Affairs Committee since 2010.
And just, can I just clarify that if the OCA and the customer agree on the terms, it doesn't, we'll get the OCA in a meeting will talk about what's pending, but it won't officially go to the Consumer Affairs and the hearing process unless there's a disagreement.
Understood. Okay, so this would probably be added to the LFE, but also I would also like for any identified instances in which they were escalated to the Consumer Affairs Committee, narrative explain the disposition of that complaint.
We have that.
Okay, thank you.
Now, please turn to RRU 20. In this response, you state that the consumer advocate influences the RWA's budgets and rate applications through interaction with management and RWA's authority board throughout the year, and input is provided on budgets, various types of applications, and the 10-year model presentation. Can you cite any examples of interaction in which the OCA advocated for a lower rate increase due to concern about impact to ratepayers?
I think he does that through ongoing commentary that we take into consideration. So an example would be, I'll mention like two types of examples. We know that the consumer advocate is like concerned about like the outside services. So before we even submit like our budget, we're taking into consideration his comments, and we know if there's an increase in outside services, it's one of the things that's called out in our budget presentations for transparency and to get any feedback. There's also commentary that the OCA makes relative to our capital plan that we definitely take into consideration, and those type of things have the impact of influencing what we're even putting forward in our budgets and in our rate applications.
So am I correct in understanding that the feedback is before the rate application is finalized?
That would be our mode that we like to operate in now, that we're getting the input throughout the year, and that there's no surprises when we put forward a rate application.
Are there any examples of the OCA objecting to a rate application after the application is put together and ready to submit to the RPB?
Not current, but I believe we did a read-in about the prior OCA who did actually oppose. I don't have the response rate in front of me, but there was the prior OCA did oppose certain applications. However, they were voted to approve by the RPB.
Thank you. Can you explain the ways, if any, in which the AWA's OCA and Consumer Affairs Committee would differ from the equivalents in the RWA?
Can you repeat the question?
I'm just trying to understand if there's any differences between the RWA's OCA and Consumer Affairs Committee and what you anticipate will happen in the AWA. Are they going to be identical models, or are there going to be variations?
I think the structure would be the same. Having a Consumer Affairs Committee is, I believe, one of the prescribed committees where, how they'll actually operate. My personal view is I hope they will operate in the same manner where there's, interaction and conversation on multiple matters.
But structurally, they're going to be essentially identical.
Yeah, the structure will be identical.
Okay, thank you. So this question is specifically for Ms. Texera. Drawing on your professional and personal experience from your participation in Aquarion's 2 most recent rate cases, as well as your understanding of the RWA OCA, can you share your thoughts on how the OCA's role in a rate application compares to the Office of Consumer Counsel during a rate application? Are they the same, and how are they different? How they differ in your experience?
Well, the process is different, right? It's different governance. When we apply for a rate filing with PURA, the OCC would ask questions specific to rate impacts on customers. Our rules and regulations and things that we have in place that would either benefit the customer to ensure fairness. And I think that what I understand from the OCA is that they ask similar questions and keep the interests of the customers in mind with regards to how the utility operates in order to ensure equitable treatment amongst all classes of customers. So again, I think 2 different governance models, but with the same goals in mind.
Okay, thank you.
I think one of the things maybe I could just add is, again, with the RWA and with the AWA, there's not like competing interests. There's only like the customers and the ratepayers.
And when you say competing interests, you mean no shareholders?
No equity investors. Yes.
So could you walk me through RWA and Aquarion's internal processes if a customer has a billing dispute on their active or live account? Specifically, I'm interested in understanding the escalation steps from the initial point of consumer contact.
Do you want to?
Sure. If a customer has a dispute with their bill, they would typically call our call center. And for most of the time, our customer service reps are able to resolve the issue. If it's not resolved, it would be discussed with our billing department and a supervisor, as well as bringing our customer advocate into the process to understand, again, what the issue is. And it's usually pretty clear cut. It's, the rates are the rates. And if the customer is still not happy with the resolution, they would go to PURA and file a complaint with PURA. At that time, the customer service rep at PURA would notify the company. They would discuss the situation, ensure that the rules and regulations have been followed, and then work together to explain or resolve the customer issue.
Okay, thank you. So how would that differ from the RWA approach?
So the first part is similar. The complaint would go into the customer care. It would go to the supervisors. We do have a position called the customer experience manager who does get involved in these escalations. And if the management could not reach a conclusion, it would go to the OCA. If the OCA could not reach resolution, as we discussed, it would go to Consumer Affairs. There would be a requirement for a public hearing. And then if there was a situation, although I'm not aware of one, where even after the hearing and the decision coming from the hearing, there was still a dispute, then it would go to the courts.
Thank you. Now, please refer to the response to RRU 72. So this response mentions a review of RWA and Aquarion's LIRAP plans. What is the timeline for that review?
I would think within the first year.
Within the first year, okay. So this response also mentions meetings with legislators about the LIWAP plan. What was the outcome of those meetings?
Well, I just actually read that even though it hadn't been funded, I believe just very recently, a bill was put forward at the federal level. I just read that the other day. But currently it's not funded, but we were, talking to legislators about, we think it's a good program and a proponent of permanently funding it.
Thank you. And now I'd like to ask some questions about RU 45.
I think it's, I'm going to defer to Aquarion.
Okay.
All set.
Yes, my question is, how often are the water supply plans renewed or updated by Aquarion?
So generally speaking, we work on a 6 to 9 year period.
Okay. According to attachment 1 to this response, the Barnum and McKeon water supply plans were last updated 2006, and the Butternut plan was last updated in 2013. Several other plans have not been updated since 2015. Oh, why have these plans not been updated in more than a decade?
These are very, very small systems. And we have not received, just give me 1 second. As noted, there's a process that Department of Public Health has to follow before we move forward to say it's complete. Right, so the Department of Health ruled that because we're a large company with more than 1,000 customers, we have to do water supply plans for every small system. If you owned one system less than 1,000 customers, you would not have to do a water supply plan. So those small systems, we do them for, but we don't always get the information to do the next water supply plan. Again, they're fixed number of customers, no growth. And so, we do them when asked or when needed.
Thank you. When was the last? Sure.
Oh, Maria Schul from Pura. I have follow-up question to you. So Aquarion overall is more than 1,000 customers company. And I believe that you should have water supply plan for each system, not only for those over 1,000 customers.
So I didn't hear all of that right at the end. I missed the part. Can you repeat that, please?
Yeah, I believe that Aquarion should have water supply plan for each system because we should not calculate or count that, oh, this system is smaller system, so does not need a water supply plan because overall you are over 1,000 customers company.
Yes, that is what the Department of Health said as well. And we do have water supply plans for every system, but we don't update them unless DPH issues a written notice of completion. Sometimes we see approved plans 5 to 6 years later. So there's a time frame for the Department of Health to do their portion and what we do. So again, we may not have updated something because it didn't need to be updated. And we may update something more frequently than the Department of Health requires as well, depending on our own needs.
Okay, thank you.
So does RWA also have to file water supply plans with DPH?
Yes,
How often are those updated or renewed?
very similar timelines, but we just recently updated and submitted to DEEP on January 2023. It's under review. And ours is contiguous, so it's only one supply plan.
Thank you. So how many feet of main or replaced by Aquarion each year? Do you know? Or I could take that as a read-in.
Are you referring to any interrogatory specifically or just a general question?
This is a general question.
I think we have an interrogatory on that. 1 second. That compares ours and, yeah. Give me a second. It's OCC 64. But you wanted to know how much water main we replace annually? Or did you want to know? Because we had provided a service line replacement rate and a water main replacement rate.
Yes, annually.
Yeah, so that's actually an OCC 64. The replacement rates.
Okay, this is given by percentage. Would you
Correct.
be able to give by feet of miles of main replaced?
Mhm. I could read it to you, or we can do it as a late file and provide the documentation. What would you like?
A late file would be great.
All right, that'd be simpler as well.
Okay, late file 41, just how many, repeat it, back to Attorney Coker.
Total number of feet of main replaced by the Aquarion Water Company annually.
Thank you.
And as well as the capital expenditure for main replacement.
So you want Torrington and Connecticut, AWC Connecticut, right?
Yes, that's correct.
So the dollars per year
Oh,
per mile. Okay,
Yep.
thank you. I just wanted to clarify.
Who is responsible for the construction, engineering, and other project-specific work fixing main breaks in the Aquarion system? Is that something that's done by in-house employees or by contractors?
So we have a program manager of our utility operations program. So that's our internal staff. So they manage the whole distribution system, valves, blow-offs, mains. But we outsource, if there's a break, we have emergency contractors. Our staff will go to the site and the emergency contractor will mobilize.
So it's a mix of
Yeah,
contractors?
right. So we don't have internal crews.
Okay, understood. So the line work essentially is done by contractors, supervision by employees.
Correct.
So the same question for RWA. Do you primarily use, do you have in-house crews or do you use contractors for that work?
We do have both. We have in-house crews as well as we use contractors.
Thank you.
Regarding contractors, do you have the same contractors or different contractors for your any main replacement or any other improvements?
There could be very similar contractors. Not exactly sure the exact, I would say, contractors whom I would say Aquarion uses, but I think there would be, contractors who work for both of us. It's very likely.
And what regarding the price? Do they charge you the same price or different price?
Ours is, public bidding, so we actually, kind of, I would say, throw it open for public bidding. So whoever I would say is the lowest bidder, they will typically get the contract.
What
And
about you?
we do bidding as well. We have about 19 contractors and continue to rise. We keep trying to add more contractors, mostly on the water main side. And again, select the lowest bidder unless for some reason we think they're unqualified for that particular project.
Thank you.
I just want to add, I would say one more point, because I think this could be an area of synergy going forward in terms of procurement of contractors. If there is one contractor who is able to serve both the authorities, then naturally the amount of work goes up, which means there could be economies of scale.
Yeah.
Does Aquarion use or plan to use advanced metering infrastructure or AMI meters in their system?
We have a pilot in place right now in West Suffield to see if we can capture the reads, without deploying meter readers, but we just have AMR in the majority of our system at this time.
Thank you. What about RWA? Does RWA currently use AMI?
We use AMI.
Thank you. Does RWA own the service line from the main to the consumer's house, or does it just own the service line from main to curb box?
RWA does not own, the customer owns from the service main in the street.
Okay.
All the way to the meter, actually. But we are responsible for maintaining from the street to the curb, and from the curb to the meter, the customer is responsible.
Curb to meter to customer. Thank you. So when you're replacing service line, you would be replacing it to the curb, if I understand that correctly?
Yes.
Thank you. So this is a similar line of questions that I had directed to Aquarion, but I'm directing to RWA. How many feet of main are replaced by RWA each year, and also capital expenditure for that?
Right, we can give you as part of the same late file exhibit. I mean, ours is percentages too. So we just had percentages comparisons, but we can actually convert that into feet.
That'd be perfect.
So we'll name that one, we'll do that one in a separate, so we'll do late file 42
Yeah.
for RWA, but same information.
Yes.
Right, okay, thanks.
In addition to the annual capital expenditure, I would like an anticipated capital expenditure for years 2025 through 2030, so projected expenditure,
Sure.
That's fine.
and that would be for both as well.
No need to say that. It relate file 43?
Yeah, those are the same two late files,
Okay. Or I'll repeat it again.
certainly. Forecasted a capital expenditure for main replacement between 2025 and 2030.
Thank you.
If it's okay, we'll do fiscal years, if that's okay.
That's totally fine. Does the RWA know how many feet of main in the RWA system are currently eligible for or in need of replacement? Is that something that you track?
We typically use 3 breaks, as a rule. And we don't really have, at this point of time, we don't really know which lines. We have data indicating where there is a spreadsheet that kind of, I would say, indicates where the breaks could be, the 3rd break or something. So we keep monitoring the breaks, and that is used as part of the capital plan development.
Okay. So the 3 breaks rule is that exactly what it sounds like? When you get 3 breaks, you replace the main
It's 3 breaks per 1,000 feet.
per 1,000 feet. Does RWA have a main replacement program?
Yes, we do.
Could I get an LFE with an overview of that program?
Sure.
Thank you.
LFE 43?
And the prompt for that would be an overview of RWA's main replacement program. Now, please open the response to RRU 52.
I'm there.
So this, because Wicca will no longer be available to AWA if this transaction is approved, how would Aquarion finance its main replacement?
It's part of our base rates. It's part of the applications, just like RWA.
Is Aquarion planning to maintain its 1% main replacement goal?
So we've been trying to get there. As I said in one of the previous sessions, the cost of mains continues to go higher and higher, limiting our ability to get there. So we will still continue to work towards 1%. At what pace we'll get there at this point is unknown, to be honest with you.
Are there any plans to change that if the transaction was approved?
I'm sure there'll be adjustments in a lot of categories. And I think, over time, it's just over time and in maintaining, in a lot of ways, a break rate, right? A good break rate is in the 0.07, 0.08, 0.06. You can get lower than that's even better. So it results in a reliable water system, right? So that's really the goal. One of the reasons you get to 1% is you want to have your mains be no older than 100 years. And even then, you're going to have some mains with a shorter life and some mains with a longer life. But our hope is to get there. We'll have to, Sunny and I have talked, we'll have to work through all the different modifications to the budgets and timing and things like that. But that is our goal over time.
I think one thing I would like to add here is when, Dan mentioned that we both spoke, we are evaluating a program that Aquarion is using, which is an AI machine learning based model. And that could be used for predicting future main breaks. So I think that will be another area of synergy which we highlighted as part of an interrogatory.
Thank you. Does RWA have a program addressing lead pipe replacement?
Yes,
Could I get a brief overview of that program?
sure. We originally started, I would say, the phase 1 investigations by going through the service records and tap cards and all that. That started maybe a few years ago. And recently we have done field investigations prior to the submission of the inventory as of October 16, 2024, which was the deadline that was required as per LCRR and LCRI. So what we have done is initially we had close to about, say, 30,000 unknowns. And that has come down significantly based on the field investigations, as well as we are using an artificial intelligence machine learning model to further fine tune the number of unknowns, so to speak. So it's really come down to maybe 2,000-3,000 unknowns on the customer service side. There is still a significant amount of goosenecks that we have in the system, even though regional has been extremely proactive about replacing the goosenecks, even prior to the LCRR and LCRI. So we have been one of the utilities who have been very proactive in replacing lead whenever we come through. So we have submitted, we are now currently in the process of refining the further unknowns. And we are also going to start a pilot program of replacement. We have in our budgets for fiscal 26, almost a couple of $1 million as a pilot, which we are trying to replace about 200 to 300 lines.
We're also getting DWSRF loans and grants for that work.
So that, to my understanding, you were describing how you identified lead pipe. Could you walk me through what happens when you've identified lead pipe to be replaced? What's the process for that?
Right. I mean, lead pipe identification on the customer side is, kind of, I would say, on the difficult unless you get invasive at this point. We have tried out non-invasive techniques, but they have not been that successful in terms of how the data comes out, either using some principles of physics, whether it's going to be sound, electricity, and all that. They're still in its infancy in terms of how they are turning out. When we come across a service line, at this point of time, we are not replacing them. We have found only a very minimal amount during our field investigations, and that's in a town of Milford. And our first priority as a pilot replacement, that's going to be focused on the town of Milford. Go ahead.
Regarding LED, how long the company thinks, RWA thinks, that it will take to replace all mains with LED contamination?
As I said, the customer service side is something that we have maybe 2,000 to 3,000 lines at this point of time as unknowns. In terms of knowns, it's hundreds maybe, based on the machine learning model that is predicted. There is a 10-year window that's provided by the LCRR and LCRI, which puts us about, say, 2037. We are planning to replace as soon as possible once we kind of, I would say, initiate the pilot and then further go on. Our goal is to end maybe before the 2037 deadline. We want to wrap it up. I mean, just I would say, you know, as being a proactive utility, even in 60s and 70s, we had taken approaches to replace lead service lines as we came across.
Does RWA have an inventory of mains, of all mains that owns?
Are you talking mains or service lines?
Both mains and
have-
service line.
We have an inventory of it.
Would you be able to submit this to us?
Yeah, I think the lead service line inventory was submitted to DPH as part of the October 16, 2024 deadlines. We can provide the same as well as the inventory of mains as well. We can provide it.
May I ask for late file?
That'll be marked late file 44.
RWA mains inventory.
Mains inventory,
Mains and
inventory lists.
service lines
Yep.
inventory.
The only thing which we may request is a protective order, because typically on pipelines and all that, we would not share it with the public.
Understood.
Diameter. Okay, so would you be able to provide this by diameter of pipe, material, and when was installed?
Yes.
Thank you.
Has RWA identified any critical systems in the Aquarion service area that will need immediate improvement or within the next 2 years, improvement within the next 2 years if the sale's approved?
We had looked at the seller's model as well as GHD, whose report was submitted as part of the record. They had looked at the overall capital plan. We have not gone into the details of the criticality of each of these. That'll be an exercise that we'll have to take it up once the transaction, I would say, is approved, and maybe, you know, in the next 6 months or so, after the 6 months or so.
So it'd be accurate to say you haven't identified any specific systems yet.
The detailed due diligence report is in the record under protective order.
Have any critical systems in need of improvement been identified that were not in the materials submitted under protective order? Have you identified anything? Is that the total of what you have identified, essentially,
To date.
today? Okay, thank you. Okay, so please refer to the response to RRU 21 or 21. So between 2026 and 2030, according to this response, Aquarion plans to spend 15.3 million on source supply in 2029, pardon me, but only between 2.7 and 6.9 million in the other 4 years. Why is the expenditure in 2029 so different from the other years?
Sorry, I just pulled it up. Can you just repeat that?
Certainly. If you have it in front of you,
Yeah, I do.
2029, it says 15.3 million, which is far out of line with the other years. What is the reason for that? What's happening in 2029?
For source supply you're referring to?
Yes. Source supply.
Yeah, so source supply is, so we have a couple in our New Milford, Greater New Milford, Brookfield system. We have a need for water supply, so we're working towards bringing that online. And then there's you have some other things going on. I'd have to look at the actual detail to give you a full answer, but that's generally speaking, it's just a roll-up of projects that are piling up that need to be done.
Can I get a read-in or a late file on which projects are in? It's explaining essentially the,
Yeah, we can give you a late file.
Okay.
I have the detail, I just didn't memorize it.
understood.
So late file exhibit 45.
Now, moving down a line item to treatment, 2029 is also high compared to the other years at 10.6 million. Why is 2029 different for cost of treatment?
So treatment is ranging from 6.3 to 10.7. And so for treatment right now, a couple things are going on. A lot of our surface water treatment plants were built in the 90s, and so they require improvements, chemical feed improvements and other improvements. And that is just the way it's flowing through our budget. So we're placing alum, caustic, hypo, right? So you're working through those particular improvements, and then some of our treatment improvements. This does not include PFAS, right? So it's important. It goes just the roll through of those particular improvements as well as others. You know, that if you don't, you know, they have a certain life to them, you know, or they'll start to fail.
One moment. So this response also includes a line item for PFAS. How much of this was secured from DPH's Drinking Water State Revolving Fund program?
So right now, and we have another interrogatory with a late file that's coming in that breaks down all those costs. But that's like a total PFAS number. So right now we're applying for every project that has a PFAS improvements. We've received, trying to remember how many, about 6 facilities that we have DWR SRF money. We've closed some of them. And again, through that program, you're getting either 50% or $1 million towards your improvement. So no more than $1 million. But if your project is less than, you know, $2 million, you get 50% of that. That's really the way the funding looks. So we've been applying for the projects with the highest PFAS concentrations first, working down through that. But the exact number of projects that we've applied for, I have to look that up.
Can we get a breakdown of how much of that was secured from that fund, from the revolving fund?
So the only thing in 26 that is going to be funded is the Woodbury project that is ongoing in construction, which will finish in 26. So that is SRF funded. We've just closed a bunch of them in 25. So, and anything in 27, 28, 29 is speculation. I don't have that funding in place. We've applied.
Thank you. Please refer to the responses to RRU 44 and OCC 48, including their attachments. Yeah,
CC.
OCC 48 and RRU 44.
What was the OCC one again?
48.
Okay.
As of June 2025, Aquarion had 2 water quality violations. The response also states that the public notification for each violation was complete by June 25 and contemplates completion, a submission to DPH by August. What's the current status of those notifications?
I just need to read the response if you don't mind.
First.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'd have to get clarification on that. I would expect we would submit on time, but I would need to clarify with our water quality group.
Could we get an LFE that provides copies of the completed public notifications that were mentioned in this response?
Yes.
Play file exhibit 46.
And I can restate the prompt. Please refer to the response to COG 25.
Yes.
So this response requests Aquarion's 5-year capital plan, but I don't see it in the record somewhere. Is it on the record?
I think the COG 25, when it refers to line 46, that's the capital that was in our projections, and that, as this response states, this was the capital expenditure forecast that was done through due diligence by the consulting engineer.
Yes, but the prompt states provide AWC's current 5-year capital plan, including a detailed list of projects. I was just checking if that's on the record somewhere, and if not, I can get it as an LFE.
So you,
So we submitted under, we were just talking about, forgive me, which interrogatory it was, our 5-year plan at a category level, but not the detailed level.
Can we get the detailed level as a late file?
Yes, that's fine. From 26 through 30?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Play file exhibit 47.
Could we get the capital plan with a similar level of detail for RWA for 26 through 30?
we can give you the RWA current 5-year plan. Is that what you're asking for?
Yes.
Okay, I'll mark that. Play file exhibit 48.
Are there any current plans to update or replace pump stations in the Aquarian service area, such as like the Spring Street Pump Station? If so, could I have a copy of any plans to update pump station pumps?
Are you talking about RWA?
Hmm?
Are you talking about RWA?
Yes. Yes, RWA.
Yes, I believe the Spring Street is within the 5-year plan.
It's in the 5-year plan. That's
From
okay.
memory, yes.
Okay. So that's already been taken care of. Is Aquarion's expenditure for water treatment chemicals currently in the record somewhere?
There's nothing on the record here. What period of time would you like that information?
Between 2020 and 2024?
Okay, that's fine. Just chemicals?
Yeah, yeah, here is the prompt I've got prepared.
I just want to clarify what you're looking for.
Yes. Okay. Please provide Aquarion's total expenditure for water treatment between 2020 and 2024, including the total amount of water treated per gallon.
So all expenses related to water treatment
And
and then a cost, we usually do a cost per million gallons, something like that.
yes.
Okay. Yeah, we can do that.
Is RWA's expenditure for water treatment chemicals on the record?
I don't think so.
Could we get an identical LV for RWA?
Okay, the RWA LFE is 50.
Now, please open OCC 76, including its attachment. According to this response, Aquarion has identified 30 systems that require treatment for PFAS. Have all of Aquarion's systems been tested for PFAS?
Yes, all the systems have been tested.
So these are the only 30 that have out of all the systems that have been tested.
Say that one more time. I didn't hear
I'm
it.
just trying to understand is that the 30 is a complete total for all of Aquarion.
Yeah, hang on one second. Let me get there. I know. Yeah. Computer's bothering me right now. 76, right?
I believe the total is actually in the attachment, not the response itself.
Mm. Mhm. I know, I should have it memorized. So this is the present list of systems that need treatment, as in they have an average greater than 4 parts per trillion for either PFOA or PFAS. We have tested more systems that are on this list that do not require treatment. And we are monitoring a few systems in the long term as they're bouncing a little bit, still compliant under the future rule. Remember, it's a future rule compliance, and we're in compliance today.
Understood. Thank you. What was Aquarion's non-revenue water percentage in years 2019 through 2024?
I do not know offhand. We could provide that to you.
That's fine.
It's not on the record.
Would that be a possible read-in, or would the late file be better?
The late file be better.
Okay.
Thank you.
Attorney Coker, that's going to be late file exhibit 51, but could you please restate the prompt?
Certainly. Aquarion's non-revenue water percentage for years 2019 through 2024.
Thank you.
And I have the same question for RWA with there.
We can provide the same.
Thank you.
Okay, and that will be late file exhibit 52.
Regarding RWA, has all water systems been tested for PFAS?
Yes.
And do you have a list of sources that need treatment? Do you have this information?
It's part of OCC 76. We have identified Mount Carmel as well as South Cheshire Wellfield.
Thank you.
So on the record, there's a lot of talk about the FIDO leak detection system. Can those leak detection sensors be moved from one location to another?
Yeah, they're pretty much like bugs where it's got some acoustic signature recording devices. They can actually be moved from one place to another.
Okay,
It's almost like a hockey puck.
thank you. When was the last time RWA sold off Class 3 land?
Very recently, in the last few months, we sold it to the town of Seymour.
Do you know how many acres of land were sold?
Subject to check, it's about 4 and change.
How frequently does RWA sell Class 3 land off?
Unless there is a request from one of the land trust or conservations or the towns. Typically, we look at the person requesting or the organization requesting it. I think we sold last year maybe to North Branford. There were some acres which we sold. That is again for conservation purposes.
Could I get a late file of Class 3 land sales from, let's say, 2016 to the present?
Sure.
And just to add, when RWA sells land, it goes into a restricted account and it's used to procure watershed properties.
Thank you.
Right. Also, it goes through a very elaborate process of the first, we can't sell land unless the town and the state, they have the first right of refusal. And afterwards, we'll have to go through a public hearing process and then we take input, then the RPB has to look at it. So it's a very elaborate process that we submitted as part of the land use plan, as part of the Save the Sound interrogatories.
Okay, that's late file exhibit 53.
One moment. So my colleague, Jim Focolino, will have some questions.
Good afternoon. Jim Focolino with Pura staff. There's been a lot of cross-examination, so I've whittled down what I have beginning. I'll start with the pilot program. For real property, the provision in a pilot for not including real property improvement for tax purposes is the main difference between the current tax provisions and what would occur under pilot. Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that for real property.
Okay. Are there any other differences?
There is a difference on personal property. So personal
Just
property,
for real property. I mean,
nothing that comes to mind.
Okay.
no.
Okay, thank you. Now for personal property. Couple questions on that. OCC 29 states that amounts do not increase for higher personal property values, but pilot does go up for main additions. Sorry, net of retirements. Is that true?
Correct.
Okay, no. Would that indicate that mains are a carve out from personal property tax treatment for other how it's treated for other personal property?
That's correct. So we would pay personal property on the personal property that's in place at the time of acquisition, but going forward, we're paying on the main additions net of the retirements, and the additions are more than the retirements, generally speaking, because of the cost of pipe.
You're speaking of mains right now.
Correct.
Okay. Oh, other personal property such as vehicles, how does that get handled?
So for for other personal property, aside from vehicles and aside from pipe, we pay on the personal property that's in place at the time of the acquisition. And then going forward, we're paying on personal property, main additions net of the retirements.
And any other personal property is just excluded from for tax purposes or pilot purposes?
That's correct, although we do pay on vehicles.
Okay, so mains and vehicles are the two personal properties. Others put on the books as of the time of the acquisition, but as they depreciate and go off the books, they're not replaced with anything else.
That's correct. They go down the schedule, but again, I think, I forget if it was one of the interrogatories, we are committed that we won't pay less than Aquarion's currently paying.
Sure. That happens to be my next question. So OCC 34, you have committed to not pay less in pilot than the amount that AWC is currently paying in property tax. Now, to be clear, and I think you've mentioned this, this is will not go below the current amount paid to any town, city, or entity, not in aggregate, but for each entity. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. RWA has that same provision?
Our RWA no longer has the same provision, but given the at the time, like that RWA purchased New Haven Water, it was the same concept as, keeping the towns whole. I mean, we're currently paying a lot more in pilot than at the time RWA was established.
And when you say they don't have the same provision, what's the difference? From
From an RWA perspective, there was not, to my knowledge, a commitment that was for every town, even if the time New Haven Water Company was purchased by RWA. I don't believe that there was a similar commitment.
Okay. You explain the interaction between municipalities and the determination of pilot in subsequent years. Do individual towns provide grand lists to RWA? And what is the process for updating infrastructure in any particular town for pilot versus non-pilot?
So I
assets or
can,
additions?
yeah, I respond to PI. So actually, the entity provides the information that is used for personal property. And then for real property, it's like any other taxpayer, where the town will provide the grand list information. And just like any taxpayer, we do, if we feel that there's a issue with evaluation, we can go through the BAA process, and then we can go through other processes that are there for any other property taxpayer.
Sure, you have the right to challenge a town's calculation, just like anyone else, okay? And AWA would have the same,
Correct.
okay? I just want to be specific on this. So real property improvement, when we go back to that, you have a current building on your property, you add to that, that's not taxable. If you build something on your property that is includable for taxes, pilot taxes.
That would be considered a real property improvement if it was on land that we currently owned. However, if we're purchasing a land in a building, like prospectively, that would be subject to pilot.
Okay, so current land holding, is an improvement, goes outside the current land holdings of RWA, it's
Correct,
subject to the pilot program.
correct.
Okay. So if AWA commits to pay each municipality no less than what it currently pays today in taxes, what is the measurement date of what no less than currently being paid is? I know you have OCC 31, which provides taxes for 2024. But what's the line where we say that this is what taxes a town can expect, no less than going forward?
I think we may have responded to this. Not sure. It would be at the time of acquisition.
Okay. COG 37 states a 3.5% escalation, and this goes to your OCC 42 model, is less than the property tax year-over-year increase in the seller's model. Can you define what the seller's model is?
Oh, the seller's model was information that was provided by the seller where they had, a forecast for operating expense, property tax. And so we did use a lower number in our modeling that represents our best estimate of the increases in pilot.
I'm sorry, so when you say this,
Eversource, yes.
Eversource would have forecast pilot payments?
No, Eversource, the seller's model had a forecasted property tax. So in our modeling, we converted that. We started with the same start point, but we escalated at a lower level than was in the seller's model for property tax.
Because the seller would be subject to property tax on
Correct,
much other assets.
correct.
Okay. Does the 3.5% have any relation to, how did you come up with that? Is AWC historic growth in property tax, RWA experience?
It's more based on RWA.
You've experienced about 3.5%.
Experience approximately. I mean, it does vary.
Okay. Looking at the model, beginning in 2040, I noticed that pilot starts increasing dramatically. And if I calculate correctly, it's 18.7%.
I think it's because, let me get the model up. I don't think we have all the years in the outer years. I believe we provided every year for 10 years, and then we did every 5 years.
Okay, so that's cumulative.
Yeah, cumulative through 2040.
Okay, when you get to the 5-year periods, those are
It's every
cumulative.
5 years.
So, okay, so we're looking at 3.5% throughout the model.
Correct.
Okay. Staying with the model, talk about the ratepayer stabilization fund. And I noticed there's interest income within the AWA revenues. Is that interest from the ratepayer stabilization fund in part?
No, it's actually, it's interest from various funds, and we believe it's a conservative estimate. So just like RWA, AWA will earn interest even on the debt service fund. It'll earn interest on the rate stabilization fund if there is one. It'll earn interest on the general fund, and it'll earn interest on the pilot fund. And even within the construction fund interest will stay within the construction fund. So it's not part of that calculation, but interest is available to support capital expenditures. So the interest that's in the model is all those funds that I mentioned, other than the construction fund, with a low estimate of the interest rate to be conservative.
And for the pilot fund, you're setting reserves aside monthly or so, and until time of payment, you're accruing interest on
Correct. Correct. Under the general bond resolution, there's requirements to put money every month into the various funds.
Okay. Questions on tax. The excess accumulated deferred income tax, this is OCC 77. This is created to the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. Would you agree with that?
Going to defer to Aquarion.
Okay.
That's correct.
Okay. So these are not temporary differences of tax obligations. These are amounts accrued due to changes in tax rates that will never be due and payable to the government.
That's correct.
OCC 78 estimates the EDIT balance of Aquarion at approximately 48.5 million. The same response, unamortized EDIT for Torrington Water Company is about 1.3 million. Do you agree that these amounts should be returned to customers?
They're already reflected in the rates because they're being amortized.
Correct, currently being advertised.
And they'll continue to be, I mean, the balance will go away, but the rates are the rates at the time of acquisition. So the rates are already lowered by the annual amortization.
Would that mean that if that were the case, wouldn't customers receive the benefit of this for indefinitely? If
That's
they never-
correct, and actually a further benefit because there will be no income tax going forward.
Okay. Just wanted to clarify. Okay. All right. Questions on acquisition premium, ROU 56. You submitted AWA AQ4. This is the non-protected version. I think it's the 2024.
Excuse me, can you just say the number again?
Yes, AWA AQ4 balance sheet.
RRU 56, okay.
RRU 56. Well, I'm sorry, RRU 56 are for my questions that reference that AWA AQ is not within RRU 56. Sorry for the confusion. AWA AQ4 was in your application.
Correct.
Okay. Now, the 1.756 million that you, in your response refers to the property, plant, and equipment in AWA AQ4 balance sheet, correct?
Correct is the start point.
Right, for Aquarion and, I'm sorry, Torrington, Aquarion and Torrington.
Correct.
Okay. Now, earlier on in the proceeding, it was mentioned that 2.25 is attributable to AWC. Do I have that correct?
2.2, correct to the
Torrington.
Connecticut operations.
Connecticut operations, meaning that if I take the $2.4 million as that was included in the initial application, $150 million is for New Hampshire, Mass, and Abenaki collectively.
The 2.4 million was a approximate number.
Okay. But 2.25 is
For just to be clear, for the base purchase price, there will be, per the PSA, could be adjustments to
Mhm.
that.
okay. The 2.6 million was also mentioned, and that is a value for AWC or Connecticut operations, and I believe that's the 2.25 million plus cost of issuance and capital improvements that have been mentioned.
Yeah, a significant amount of capital improvements, yeah.
Okay. What period are those capital improvements?
The capital improvements are from the basically acquisition through the first fiscal year.
Okay. Now, there's also a preliminary estimate of 263, staying on RU 56 as a fair market value adjustment. During this proceeding, you've mentioned $300 million. There's also $300 million as a fair market value mentioned in your rebuttal testimony. So has this number been finalized or is this still?
So first, let me address the 263 versus
Sure.
the 300. One's just a rounded number and one's the more precise number. However, I'm calling it a more precise number, but that is, as we indicated, I think in 81 or one of the interrogatories, it was a preliminary number. It is being, we have engaged, Leo Berwick had done the initial estimate. We have engaged them to further refine that estimate, which they're working on. And we've also engaged a Connecticut appraiser to actually look at 6 properties to do a appraisal of those properties. So we are expecting that number will be refined. We do tend to be conservative. We're using the RWA approach to be conservative. So we're not expecting the 263 to go down. If anything, I would expect it to go up.
Okay. So the rounding was the 300 million and the more accurate
Correct.
was the 263.
Correct.
Okay. And this, I believe, was talked about in the first day of hearing. This is the same as step up in value, which I believe is related to the form of acquisition that has been structured here, the IRC 338H10.
I wouldn't think that this is necessarily going to be the same. I would defer to Eversource or the tax advisors on the particulars regarding the 338H10, which is a step up. I think this may be a more financial like assessment, but I'm, subject to Jack because I'm not a tax expert.
Okay. Did Eversource did you want to add anything? Sure.
I mean, is there a specific question for Eversource? I mean, we are going to file a late file exhibit from last week on the calculation of the taxable gain based on the 338H10.
Yes.
Action. So that may answer your question. If you have a question, I'm happy to try to address it.
Okay, it simply was, is the fair market value adjustment similar to a step up in value? Are they one of the
From
same?
higher perspective, but that doesn't impact Eversource sale. We have a basis that comes off the books when we sell. And that's
Yes.
what drives the taxable gain. So it's sort of two different things, I
Okay.
think, that you're talking about.
All right, I'll look for that late file exhibit.
Okay, sure.
Thank you. So Mr. Texera, sorry. This amount for fair market value adjustment, in your experience with pure regulation, would that be allowed in rates and collectible from customers?
No, it's a different model. It's not allowed under regulatory accounting, but it is under the public accounting methodology.
And that would essentially fall within a goodwill category if
Not
Rainwater itself was to come in and propose such a transaction.
I don't think. I mean, in the authority model, it's not coming in as goodwill. It's coming in as actually an adjustment to the purchase price allocation that will be booked in the opening balance sheet.
Yeah, my question was more to if hypothetically Aquarion Water came in with this acquisition, the $263 million would not be considered as an asset recoverable from customers, but would go into essentially goodwill, unrecoverable category.
I believe that is true.
Okay.
Again, I just want to restate that there's not going to be an increase in the revenues due to the 263 million.
Understood. Now, I have a couple other areas that are similar. KPMG has estimated intangible assets of $131 million. And I believe these consist of what you have. You don't mention them here, but in your rebuttal testimony on page 4, I believe it refers to workforce as well as reputational value. Is that correct? Okay. Now, would those, Texera again, would those be recoverable under a purer form of regulation.
No, but it is part of the value of the business.
Yeah. Okay. And currently, I believe that in your rebuttal testimony, that leaves a balance of about $100 million that you are considering goodwill?
Based on the preliminary numbers, yeah.
Okay. And that's just the remainder of what's been left over after everything else?
Yeah, and that does not yet account for the change in the net plant between 12/31/2024 and when we close. So if anything, that's why we say it's most probably going to be less because we are expecting an increase in the net plant.
And that is just a remainder of where you are,
Correct. Correct.
the items we've talked about compared to what the purchase price is over net book value.
Yeah, correct, based on the financial definition of goodwill, yes.
Okay. And I'll ask you again, Ms. Texera, would the remainder be collectible in rates under pure regulation, this remaining goodwill?
Typically, no.
Okay. Now, everything we have currently, there's been a lot of other numbers talked about during the proceeding. Do we have any updated numbers in terms of purchase price, these valuations from consultants that would add more to the record here and put a finer point on where we are?
Not at this time. As I mentioned, Leo Berwick and the appraisers are working on the fair market value adjustment, and certain clauses within the PSA are not going to be known until the time of closing.
A couple of questions during other cross-examination. For RWA, depreciation is not factored into the coverage ratios because it's a non-cash item.
That's not true for RWA. RWA, that's true for AWA.
WK, can you explain how depreciation is handled in an RWA?
So our RWA has a very unique situation in that when RWA was formed and the general bond resolution was written, there was no provision for depreciation. And I think we may have responded to some of this in an interrogatory. So it wasn't until relatively recently that depreciation is incorporated into rates, and it's not the full amount of depreciation. There's provisions, and we did provide the RWA general bond resolution that talks about how depreciation works. So there's a minimum that we have to put in at least $1 million if the rate case is every 18 months. There's some flexibility to put in more. There's not flexibility to put in less. And that continues until the rates that RWA has are comparable to the book depreciation, which is considerably higher. So that's very unique to RWA and how RWA's general bond resolution was written and what the coverage requirement is.
So RWA does include depreciation and in the coverage requirements.
A portion of book depreciation,
Portion.
yes.
And that started, I'm trying to remember the response, but around 2010? Is that?
Around there, it was between like 2010 and 2012 in that period, yes.
Okay. And RWA, although, and you will include, now when you say the bond resolution, so these stepped up increases in depreciation are going to impact RWA customers' rates over the years?
They're not going to impact RWA's rates.
I thought you mentioned that there's going to be stepped up increases in depreciation for RWA.
Oh, for RWA, I'm sorry, for, yeah, just associated with RWA's depreciation, yes.
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 Okay.
That's.
So it's a phase in of depreciation expense.
Oh, can you repeat
A
that?
phase-in of depreciation expense on the RW.
In effect, yes.
And on the AWA side, rates are going to fully reflect depreciation, even though depreciation expense is not included in the coverage ratio.
It's not explicitly in the coverage. So for senior debt, the 1.5 should cover depreciation, but not as an explicit factor in how that's calculated. That's the difference between RWA and AWA.
Not explicit, but the rates and depreciation and that's being collected from AWA customers will start day one. As you've mentioned, the rates are not going to change. The rates include depreciation as they currently exist, and that will continue from day one.
That's correct. I mean, it will continue.
Okay. Thank you. Those are all the questions I have.
Good afternoon, Guy Novello, Authority staff. Mr. Vuculina covered some of my questions, so I'll be very brief. If I can look up ADJ number 7, please. Just want to go over the assumptions here that we're using here. So I see for the long and short-term debt, we're using actual. So I'm assuming the equity is also actual. Your current, is that a rolling 12-month end of period?
You defer to Aquarion.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. Is that what you were allowed in 220701, that equity component?
I just want to make a correction. The 9.3 is an estimate. We were allowed 8.7
Okay.
is the actual ROE allowed in the last rate proceeding.
Okay. And then the equity component that says 52.79?
Those percentages, the weighted percentages are actual as of February 2025.
Okay. Could I get a late file exhibit to revise this ADJ 7 using the allowed ROE of 8.7 and the allowed equity component? I think we should keep the short-term debt rate and your long-term debt rate actuals. Those are fine, but if you could just
Sure.
reduce the equity component and the ROE.
That's late file exhibit 54.
And if we can turn to OCC 42 and 81, attachment 1. Let's see without my glasses. You all set? Okay. Just going over the net cash flow post debt service. Would I be correct to view that as I know it's a municipal and you have a different model, but almost like a net income? Is there anything subtracted to after that?
I wouldn't consider that net income, given some of the things that we just talked about, because from a net income perspective, there would be book depreciation. There could be some amortizations.
Okay. So there's nothing there really that comes out after that number. It's almost like it would, like you said, it would be a net income number.
Yeah, I said that it probably is not comparable to net income. This is like cash, but it includes not just interest, it includes the principal payments as well as the interest on the debt. But net income would include interest only payments, and it would include depreciation, and it would include non-cash amortization.
Okay, so would anything come out of this number after? Would you subtract anything?
Not to meet the debt covenant. Not to meet the debt covenant.
But would that be what the municipality retains, say at the end of 2027, the number's 38.1, would that be the retained, I can't use retained earnings, I guess, because that would be different too, but would be the cash left over? After operations and all
It
expenses?
would flow into the cash, but also we are including days cash on hand, which is, so at the end of 2020, fiscal 2027, the model is forecasting that there be 125 days cash on hand, which would come from the remaining cash flows.
Okay, and I believe I heard you testify at some point that 200 days was an important number.
The 200 days is a target. This has come up in our, with our indicative ratings from the rating agencies. So we do want to get to relatively quickly 200 days cash on hand.
Okay, and if I heard you correctly too, this model was developed by one of your investment bankers. And I don't know if you know the answer to this, but after 2030, we continue to increase the days cash on hand. Is that the ultimate plan, to continue to increase?
It is, because even 200 days, although it's, good, it's not as strong as we may like. And the days cash on hand is a factor that the rating agencies look at.
And would you assume that you would get a higher credit rating the higher the days cash on hand goes up?
Correct, within a range, yes.
Okay. And just one additional question here. Where does the debt from the transaction reside? Because I noticed there's a total senior debt service and then there's subordinate debt service. If I were to extrapolate where that debt it resides, is it that senior interest column?
It's partially, the acquisition debt is partially in the senior column and partially in the subordinate column. There is a late file. We're going to break that out. And then all the capital debt is within the senior rows.
Okay. And there is being a late file that was going to break that out?
Correct.
That's what I was looking for. Okay, great. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, that's it thank you. Okay, we're gonna take a break until 3:30, please. I'm sorry, Attorney McLeod.
I think I need to share some schedule anxiety with you at this point pertaining to Mr. Furlot. As we had previously advised the authority at that time in connection with a late filed hearing, Mr. Furlot will be unavailable for the rest of the week and not back here until August 8th. And I'm raising this because it may be necessary. I don't know how much time we have left in cross or else but it may be necessary to put Mr. Furlot on out of order to get his testimony in.
Okay, let me briefly solicit, I'm not inviting DPH up to do cross, but do you have cross, DPH? For this panel, about 5 minutes. Connecticut Water Company, do you have cross for this panel? 10 minutes. Save the Sound, do you have cross for this panel? No. Okay, I think we're within 20 or 30 minutes of completing this panel, subject to redirect. And then we would be moving into the COGS panel because we've already taken care of the panel on pages 4 and 5. So that might put us at 4 o'clock to start that panel. If the cross estimates hold for that panel, we should be wrapping, but folks should be at this stage prepared to stay until we are done with this proceeding. We do not have another day scheduled, so.
If I may respond to address some of the scheduling anxiety. So I'd say we do anticipate having some redirect, probably maximum 10 minutes, give or take. And I think probably good news for Mr. McLeod, Mr. Ferlot, and probably everybody else in this room is right now, we're actually reassessing and we don't anticipate any cross-examination for Mr. Ferlot. We do reserve our right if any of the other parties have cross-examination to ask follow-up questions specific to those questions. But as we sit here now, based on what has occurred over the last few days and reassessing where things are at, we don't have questions right now.
Okay, okay. So I think we're on track, but I'm not leaving until this is done. Which,
Thank you very much for your consideration, Madam
Yeah.
Chair.
okay, thank you, which will displease one of my children and please the other. So let's take a 5-minute, let's break till 3:35. Thanks.
Yeah, we can't eat or drink too much.
Yeah.
Yes.
Did you get online?
Okay, I think we can go back on the record and we'll do cross by DPH, please.
Hi. Hi. Hi, everyone. My name is Megan Doyle. I'm a staff attorney with the Department of Public Health. Just a few questions. So we've already discussed the lead service line inventory before, but in OCC 82, it would provide information regarding each water company's lead service line inventory. And each water company needs to file its service line inventory with DPH by October 16th, 2024, as already discussed. So just as a clarifying question, the information listed for AWC represents all the public water systems, each with its own identifier, owned and operated by AWC, correct?
That is correct.
Since then, has each water company continued to update its service line inventory?
Correct.
Correct.
And then the lead service, the lead and copper rule improvements, the LCRI, also requires the replacement of galvanized pipes, which are categorized as GRR or galvanized requiring replacement. Are those included in your service lines inventories?
I believe they are included, subject to check, but we'll confirm that.
They're included in ours where it's applicable.
Okay. And so do you have an idea of how many those are? Because I didn't see those in OCC 82, but I know they would be on the service lines inventories itself.
We didn't break it down in this since it was asking for the lead service lines, but we can certainly break it down. Yeah.
Great. That would appreciate that.
Same for Aquarion.
Okay, so Attorney Doyle, it sounds like you're asking for OCC 82 to be refiled with additional detail.
Yes.
Okay, that will be marked as late file exhibit 55.
Thank you. Also in OCC 82, it states the lead and copper rule requires AWC and RWA to ensure that the replacement of company and customer side lead service lines to meet the Environmental Protection Agency compliance deadline for full lead replacement in 2037. To the best of your knowledge, did the LCRI divide the types of pipes in a water company's inventory into various tiers?
Can you repeat that question?
Sure. In OCC 82, the LCRI requires AWC and RWA to ensure the replacement of company and customer side lead service lines to meet the EPA's compliance deadline for full lead replacement in 2037. To the best of your knowledge, does the LCRI divide the types of pipes in a water company's inventory into various tiers?
Can I ask a question back? Are you saying the tier is referring to priorities?
Yes.
I'm not aware of anything like that, but if it is in the rule, it's in the rule.
So would you assume then that if it's correct, that lead pipes are assigned to the highest tier?
Are you referring to the tiers as schools and,
No, tiers is in tier one's lead pipes, tier two is GRR, or any of those as they continue down the line from there.
So just from Aquarion's perspective, I mean, if it is a GRR, it is a lead pipe by definition, so that we don't distinguish between the two of them. That's why they're wrapped together.
Okay.
I think they will be tier one for us because we do combine them as lit service lines.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. To the best of your knowledge, does the LCRI allow water companies to replace pipes of a lower tier early in the replacement cycle and delay replacing pipes of the highest tier, in this case, lead pipes, until the end of 2037?
We haven't approached the replacement in that fashion. We are approaching it as pretty much everything comes under tier one and we want to replace it as fast as possible.
Okay.
Do not think that EPA distinguishes between lead and galvanized requiring replacement.
Okay. Moving on. In OCC 76, and during your testimony on Friday, Mr. Lakshminarayan, you discussed an innovative PFAS treatment. What type of sources is this treatment method intended for?
Right now, we are doing the pilot on a surface water reservoir, but I think this could be used for both well fields and reservoirs as needed.
Thank you. Assuming the patent is approved, this would not be a method including the EPA's PFAS rule on best available technology. Would RWA seek the department's public health approval to use this method?
As needed, we will certainly seek it.
Next question. On May 14th, 2025, the EPA issued a news release on the national primary drinking water regulations. We're stating that EPA intends to rescind regulations and reconsider the regulatory determinations for 4 different PFASs. I won't list them for you, as well as the hazard index. The EPA's action would retain the maximum contaminant level at 4 parts per trillion, which is the same as 4 nanograms per liter for PFOA and PFOS. For each water company, would this change in regulation affect which sources require treatment?
For us, I don't think it's going to change significantly because primacy for us is CT-DPH. So if DPH says we have to treat it to 4 for these, I would say contaminants, we would go with it.
Right. As of right now, DPH has clearly not adopted any regulation and things like that, but as the rule stands right now, it is for this 4 PFAS and then the hazard index plus the additional 2 PFOA and PFAS.
For Aquarion Water Company of Connecticut, we do not have any systems that exceed the hazard index, so that change doesn't affect us.
Okay, thank you. And then last question, in Save the Sound 01 and Attachment 1 labels as confidential, the information in the Attachment 1 is subject to a protective order. However, I have one question. In your response to the interrogatory, you don't intend to disclose any information in the attachment. And if unable to answer this question for confidentiality reasons, please state so. Water company land, which is listed as vacant, may still have a purpose, correct?
Is it to RWA or AWC?
I believe it's our Aquarion.
I apologize. Can you refer to me to the interrogatory?
Sure, Save the Sound 01.
Thank you.
In the last paragraph,
Yeah, I'm just reading, sorry. Yeah,
it's in the last paragraph.
yeah. So can you just repeat your question? No, I apologize. That's right.
So water company land, which is listed as vacant, may still have a purpose, correct?
Yeah, so it's possible. We do have quite a bit of class 3 land and class 2 land, but the class 3 land, most of those parcels are combined, as we stated. The ones that are isolated, not referring to Torrington Water Company, but Aquarion Water Company of Connecticut, most of them are small parcels that are isolated. Most of them are also non-conforming. There's a handful that are not, but,
Okay.
you know,
Could the land be listed as vacant, in your professional opinion, still be necessary for development of new sources or for the protection for an adequate water supply?
so some of the land was acquired in the past by predecessors for the purposes of water storage tanks, pump stations, potential sources. So when we look at property that's vacant, we look at it whether we're going to need that for that purpose when we're doing our water supply plans mostly.
Great, thank you. I was wrong. I had one more last question. Earlier in your testimony, Ms. Kowalski, you mentioned a surcharge being assessed by DPH assessment. Were you referring to the Safe Drinking Water Primacy Assessment?
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Attorney Bogan?
Good afternoon, panel. Just a reminder, I'm David Bogan, law firm of Day Pitney. I represent the Connecticut Water Company. I don't know that I'm going to ask you many questions other than by way of clarification or to perhaps request a late filed exhibit. Now, when I look at the AWA model in OCC 42, and most of my questions relate to OCC 42, it shows annual revenue increases of approximately 6%. Is that a fair assessment generally?
That's a base rate increase, and that is true through the earlier part of the model. It does go down in the later years. And keeping in mind that we don't have the surcharges that investor owns have.
Yeah, I recall you saying that many times. Now, historically, Aquarion rate increases have been far less on a revenue per customer basis. Is that fair, Ms. Teixeira?
That's correct over the last 10 years.
And would you accept, subject to check, it's roughly 1% on a per customer basis during that period?
I would accept that subject to check.
And I believe, Ms. Kowalski, your testimony has been that that's largely related on a pro forma basis to the CapEx investments. Is that correct?
That's true. And just to highlight that there's over $2 billion in the first 10 years of capital investment.
And I'm glad you mentioned that because I want to touch on that right now. Now, I believe the request that was just made in late file 41, I want to talk about a couple of elements of CapEx. Late file 41 asked for the total number of main replaced by Aquarion for some period. Is that correct, Mr. Lawrence, Ms. Teixeira?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And late file 42 asked for the same information with respect to RWA. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's the retrospective period. That's where we've been, correct?
We believe so. Yeah.
Okay.
Not sure about the exact number, but I think, there was a request for sure. Yeah.
Okay. Might I ask, Chairman Zillette, what does the record have for late files 41 and 42?
The record reflects a prospective look at that. So I have recorded the total number of main replaced by Torrington and Aquarion annually and capital expenditures annually for forecasted main replacement for 2025 to 2030. And then late file exhibit 42 of the same information requested for RWA.
So perhaps if I could, unless I'm going to complicate the record, what I'm looking for is both retrospective and prospective. So retrospective, say for 2015 through 2025 for each company, and prospective, you can do the next 5 years if you want for RWA and for AWA. I don't know if the existing late file exhibit requests are amenable to that request or if we need a new late file exhibit.
If I am understanding you correctly, I think I can just add in years 2015 to 2025 into the existing late files for 41 and 42.
Thank you. And it was a little difficult to hear in the back. It's new territory for me. I tend to sit in the front, but I want to be unobscured here. Or did I understand that that information was at least partially presented, Mr. Lawrence, in response to OCC 64? And let me ask you, let me clarify, because I think I might have heard someone say it might have been submitted subject to a protective order. Did I misunderstand that?
Yeah, OCC 64 is the percent main replacement rate.
Okay. And so I just want to make sure that the information that's going to be presented in late file exhibits 41 and 42 is not subject to a protective order. I'm not looking for locations. I'm just looking for the numbers themselves.
No, it will not.
Thank you. Now, going back, Ms. Kowalski, to the CapEx information, OCC 61 seems to reflect that for Aquarion, and that would be Aquarion and Torrington, CapEx is averaged approximately 153 million over the last 3 years. Is that a generally correct, subject to check? I guess I can ask that of Ms. Texera or Mr. Lawrence.
So can you repeat that?
Yeah, I'm looking at, I think it's OC 661, and the CapEx for Aquarion and Torrington over the last 3 years appears to average approximately 153 million.
Yes, subject to calculating the math, yes.
Okay, and OCC 42, Ms. Kowalski, CapEx investments appear to be approximately 223 million per year.
Approximately, yes.
Okay, so it's your suggestion that by going from the 153 million per year to 223 million per year for 2028 through 2035, that's how we get to the approximate increase of about 6%?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I assume, and I think it's been referenced here, that the model, financial model underlying OCC 42 is fairly detailed. Is that correct?
It's fairly detailed as it relates to the debt. It's an optimization of both acquisition debt and the ongoing capital, correct?
Okay. That detail is not in the record here, though, correct?
There's a late file exhibit that will provide additional detail.
I think that might have been late file 1 or late file 2 requested by Mr.
Correct.
Sobolewski. Okay. Ms. Texera, you would agree that the rate-making process before the authority, with all due respect, is somewhat painful. Is that correct?
At times.
I feel your pain. And that's because it asks for detail regarding O&M expenses, CapEx expenses, correct?
Correct.
So does the RWA process, and so will the AWA process.
Okay, so in the late filed exhibit that Mr. Sobolewski requested, late file 1 or late file 2, I'm not sure which one it is, but I just want to make sure, and it may be implicit in what's already been requested. The information you're going to present is going to indicate of that increased CapEx, how much is related to interest, how much is related to principal. Is that correct?
There will be a breakout of interest and principal. There is currently a breakout in OCC 42, but it's not at the level of detail that was requested at the late file exhibits.
Okay, and it will also indicate, if any, and I think it's been your testimony, that none of it relates to acquisition debt, but if there is, that would be reflected in those late file exhibits.
Yeah, that's not quite correct. So the principal and interest in the exhibit is acquisition debt and capital, and it's optimized. What is on the record is that the rate increases are coming from the additional capital.
I would be done, but you've used that term optimized several times, and I have a nascent understanding of finances. But what do you mean when you say optimized?
It's the most efficient, and it allows for the amortization of the acquisition debt in a relatively short period of time.
Okay. So there is some component of the CapEx expense associated with the acquisition debt, optimized or otherwise.
I'm not sure I followed your question.
I'm not sure I followed your answer. That's what I'm trying to understand. My question was, is there any component of the CapEx expense associated with acquisition debt? And I said no, and you seem to say, well, that's not exactly true.
So just maybe to try to be clear, is the model in OCC 42 includes the acquisition debt and it includes the capital, the debt service associated with the capital on a going forward basis. The rate increases, however, are not driven by the acquisition debt, they're driven by the capital.
But there's a component of the rate increase that's associated with the acquisition debt.
No, that's not what no, there is not.
Perhaps you can restate it for me then again, because that's what I'm not understanding. Let me ask it this way. How is the acquisition debt relevant to the CapEx expense?
It allows for an optimization, which we'll demonstrate in the late filed exhibit.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further.
Thank you. Confirming Save the Sound has nothing for this panel. What did he say? Oh, you do have something. Oh, okay. You're not Roger Reynolds or Chase Lindeman.
Chase.
Oh, your appearance is
Perfectly fine.
if you just enter it for the record, please.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Chase Lindeman on behalf of Save the Sound. A little bit ago, I think when Pura was cross-examining, they asked for a late filed exhibit of RWA Class 3 lands that were sold since 2016. Save the Sound would like to know if we could also get records of Class 3 lands acquired since 2016.
We will typically acquire Class 1 and Class 2 lands.
Okay. So you can't?
Yeah, we can give you Class 1, Class 2 lands that have been acquired.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so I will amend lay file exhibit 53 to provide information regarding class 1, class 2, and class 3 land sales sold and acquired between 2016 and the present.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Arconti, excuse me, Vice Chairman Arconti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of questions. So the chair and the vice chair of the RWA board is going to be the initial chair of the AWA board. And that's for 2 years, based off the enabling legislation. Do I have that correct?
Don't believe it's for 2 years. It would be at the end of their terms. I think there may be a late filed exhibit where we're going to confirm the term.
Okay. And it's the same, RWA CEO and CFO will say, is there a time limit on that and the enabling legislation, or is it indefinite?
That's not quite the case in the legislation. In the legislation itself, there's no mention of the CFO, and the CEO is on, as it's currently drafted, on a continuing basis.
Okay.
The CEO of RWA will be the CEO of AWA.
Okay. Is who will be responsible for recruiting the AWA CEO?
I'm going to say the joint CEO, because the way it is envisioned, I think there is going to be, per the statute, there's going to be a CEO for AWA and RWA.
Okay.
There is a
joint.
president and let's say there is a COO/president for each individual entities. So there'll be a president for AWA, there'll be a president for RWA.
Okay. Will the AWA RPB have a role in recruiting that president?
I think they have to ratify the appointment.
Is there a requirement that the president live in the AWA territory?
I'll have to verify subject to check, but I believe the CEO has to reside within the district.
Okay. And just some questions on the enabling legislation. So in February of 2024 is when Eversource announced its plan to sell Aquarion.
Correct.
Okay. And RWA was interested in submitting a bid at the get-go of that announcement?
I would say yes.
Okay.
Not as necessarily as RWA, but as AWA.
Okay. So my question is, did RWA approach the legislature at all during the regular legislative session of 2024 in regards to potential enabling legislation?
We didn't, because there was a lot of work that had to go into how this, there was a lot of discussion, including with bond counsel and general counsel, as to how this would be set up. And it was not finalized at the time of the regular session.
So if the legislature did not call for a special session, you never would have had the opportunity to create the enabling legislation, correct?
That's correct, and meet the timeframes that the seller had.
Okay. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Ms. Kowalski, just a quick question. A couple of times over the past couple of days, I heard you use the term management in reference or in response to questions. I'm just wondering if that's a defined term or if you could define it for me here.
I don't think it's a documented defined term, but I think as I was referring to management, it would mean not something that would go to the board level, but would be decided by, employees at a management level.
Employees at a management level, like officers and directors or employees that hold the title manager? I apologize, I'm not familiar with your structure.
It's more, when I was referring to it, be more higher level managers like directors and officers.
Senior leadership, Commissioner.
Senior leadership. Okay, so do you restrict that to so for the joint CEO, CFO, COO, president of the RWA and AWA, does it stop there or does it go below that?
I think it depends on what the subject is, but I think we did reference on some of the particular things that came up. It would be discussed with two presidents and the CFO and the CEO.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I know we've talked about the OCA a couple of times. Just so I'm clear, did the OCA have the opportunity or were they asked to weigh in on the proposed acquisition at issue here?
Definitely, yes.
Did they provide a formal analysis or presentation to the board?
They did, and under protective order, we did supply his memorandum.
Okay. I'm going to ask this question and I'll ask that you wait for your attorney to tell me if this is a okay question to ask. Do you know if that memorandum details any standard of review or guiding principles that the OCA used to evaluate?
It's a pretty detailed memo that does go through his thought process.
Okay. Okay. Am I correct, Ms. Kowalski, that I apologize. I think it was Thursday, but I believe there was some cross that got to what benefits RWA customers can expect from the transaction. And I thought I heard you say that there are no benefits to current RWA customers, and I just want to make sure that I heard that correctly.
I do believe I said that. I do, though, believe that I followed up with one of the potential benefits could be relative to the commercial offerings being sold in the Aquarion territory. And I think we discussed later, since RWA does own now homeowner safety valve, that if RWA could sell into the Aquarion service territory, that could be beneficial.
Beneficial in what way? That it's another revenue stream?
Additional revenues, yeah.
Okay. And earlier today, I think there's a colloquy about those services are provided at cost, correct?
We discussed an example of services being at cost. I did say that currently with our subsidiary entities, the transactions are at cost.
Okay, I think that's where where I'm getting a little confused. If the services are provided at cost, then I'm not making the connection as to why that's additional revenue that accrues to the benefit.
For home safety valve, it's owned now by RWA, so it's part of the revenue stream. So if RWA was able to get more customers in the Aquarion territory, that revenue would go to RWA. We did say if there's a cost to AWA to put that on the bill, that RWA would bear that cost.
Okay, so it's a benefit to RWA and a cost to AWA.
So it wouldn't be a cost to AWA. It would be, this is just an example of a potential benefit to RWA because we would get more revenues by being able to sell by putting homeowner safety valve on the bill if we chose to do that. We believe based on our RWA pipe safe program that we would increase our market concentration. That revenue would go to RWA. And as I stated, I believe earlier, that to the extent that AWA had costs to put home safety valve on the Aquarion bill, RWA would pay for that. I guess I'm not being clear.
No, I'm so sorry, but when you say RWA would pay to put it on AWA bill, what do you mean specifically? That they would pay for bill redesign, or they are paying for the
Yeah, I mean, it could be bill redesign. I mean, at this point, we don't know yet what it would take to put homeowner safety valve on the water bill. We know that we do that with RWA. We put our offering that's comparable pipe safe on the water bill. But to the extent that there is a cost to do that, like a bill redesign or even system cost, we would have to, take that into consideration. And the expectation is that RWA would pay for that cost.
Okay, thank you. So let me just try this one more time and then I can move on. So in this example, that program, there is a cost to deliver that service to a customer, and the payment of that, I thought I had understood to be at cost, like it's not marked up.
When I was talking about the cost, that's internal costs. So homeowner safety valve is a commercial offering now. RWA acquired it from Aquarion in July of 2024. The price of that offering is at a price to the customers. And so there's, net revenues being generated from that offering.
There are net revenues. So it's like, I thought I had understood when you said that it was being provided at cost, like if it cost $100 to serve the customer, you're charging $100?
Not for home safety valve. Sorry if I confuse things. The cost allocation, when I was talking about our subsidiaries, that's at the services, like a great example would be like AP, accounts payable. So accounts payable is processing utility vendor invoices. They're also processing our subsidiary invoices. And so for that internal service that we're providing, that's at cost. But the offerings themselves to the end customer are at a price.
Okay, so essentially you're saying that the enlargement of the potential customer base to which you can market the sources is the benefit to the RWA customers, and it's the RWA customers who would enjoy the revenues, not the AWA customers.
That's correct, because at this point, homeowner safety valve is owned by RWA. However, to the extent that AWA had a cost to put that on the bill, we would not expect AWA to bear that cost.
Okay, so any existing property of RWA, be it the patent, be it services that it offers through its subsidiaries, that is going to stay with RWA and stay with the the benefits will stay with the customers of RWA
For the existing.
for the existing. And then after consummation of the merger, if it were approved, moving forward, any future acquisitions would accrue to the benefit of both RWA and AWC.
What's envisioned is similar to what we've done with RWA. There would be strategizing about what commercial offerings make sense for Aquarion. Now AWA, and that revenue and that benefit would go to AWA.
Okay. And are the decisions on how to allocate revenues, would those also be subject to the shared services manual that is not yet available?
If there were shared services, but what's envisioned from a commercial perspective is there would be different offerings for, that makes sense for AWA, and those revenues would go solely to AWA. If there's shared services supporting those offerings, that would be subject to the cost allocation or other methods that were talked about.
Thank you. And it's the 11-person board who would make the decision as to what services make sense for AWA to acquire versus RWA.
Generally, yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. I think that's it for me. So does the company need a moment to consider redirect? Either company,
No, I think we can go right into redirect.
please.
Just a couple questions. Mr. Norman, are you familiar with the Eversource business plan for Aquarion?
Yes, I am.
And we've heard a lot of talk over the last few days about rate changes where Aquarion remains under Pura control. Do you recall that?
I do.
And do you agree that customers will avoid rate changes under Pura control as compared to AWA?
No, I don't. The way that things seem to be working right now with rate making in Connecticut is we need to come in more frequently to get more regular rate-based resets. In our last rate case, we were successful in demonstrating prudently incurred CapEx, and there were no disallowances. The only disallowance on CapEx was related to a cutoff of when the spending occurred. So we asked for spending through calendar year, and it was cut off as of the date of the filing, but it wasn't deemed imprudent. And so we believe there's a sound foundation here for approving prudently incurred capital spending, and our prudently incurred capital spending is going to continue to increase at significant levels in the next several years for all the things we've talked about, the lead, the PFAS, and the normal capital program. So our strategy going forward, absent a sale, would be to file rate cases, every 18 months or so, and try to roll in our rate base. Even if we're not adjusting ROE or expenses, just rolling in that rate base is going to be pretty significant. As it stands today, we have over $300 million of capital spending that's not in rate base. And that's what's triggering the big increase we talked about, the $69 million primarily. And then our plan is to spend, approximately $200 million or so a year going forward. And so it's going to necessitate that regular rate case cadence. And frankly, that's the similar model to what the AWA would be looking at. But their model would allow for those roll-ins at a lower cost because their cost of capital is lower without the equity return. And so I think, that both are going to follow a regular cadence of rate case increases out of necessity, but I think their rates will actually increase at a lower rate than Eversource's.
Thank you. And are Aquarion's rates already paying for the fair market value of Aquarion?
I mean, rates are made up of the cost of service, the cost of capital investment, and a return. And fair value as a concept is the level of cash flows that can be earned from something, right? So the rates that are set by Pura are capturing all those elements I just talked about. So they're generating effectively, they're creating the value of the business. And so, I think that the rates are effectively covering fair value. And I guess as a way of illustrating that, Eversource has goodwill on its books related to when it acquired Aquarion back in 2017. And every year we're required to do an assessment for impairment. Based on the current rates in place, we've never had to take an impairment. And frankly, we took an impairment as a result of the purchase price that we accepted from RWA, AWA in this case, meaning that our rates were actually supporting a higher valuation than what we received. So I do think rates are capturing the value of the business, yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Great, thank you. This panel is excused. I'd ask that the witness for Metro Cog approach and I'm sorry, Attorney Miranda.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to check, there were several read-ins today. When are they going to be addressed if we are excusing the panel?
I apologize. That was apologize. Thank you for flagging that. So Attorney Hum or Attorney McDermott, are we at the point where the read-ins are converted to late files or?
Yes, I think so. On review of the read-ins, it seemed like many of them were more appropriate for late files on the second look, but in any event, we don't have responses to any of them today as it is.
Okay, so I'm gonna need some assistance checking our records here. So let me back up. Read-in I have listed as confirming that the application is in the record. I can convert that to late file exhibit 56. And if the company understands that, to mean that if it's not in the record, to put it in the record, please. And Attorney Miranda, you may want to approach, because I think I have a couple of clarifying questions. Now that these are late files, my notes may need to be better. Which application was it? Do you recall? I just wrote confirm the application.
I believe that refers to the July 25/26, 2024 application to the RPB.
Correct, that's our understanding.
Okay, so that is late file exhibit 56. Then I have read-in J. I wrote something Attorney Miranda asked witness Kowalski at 10:19 on 7/29. I was gonna go back and check the transcript. Does anyone have anything better for read-in J? Excuse me, read-in J.
Is that the taxable versus non-taxable bridge?
Unfortunately, I wasn't taking notes because I was asking the cross, so I apologize.
Yeah, I can refer to the transcript and mark
I
that.
think that's what it was.
Is the bridge taxable?
Yeah. We'll respond to that, in the late file. Yeah.
Okay, so confirm whether the bridge commitment is taxable or non-taxable. I apologize, that was my fault. Late file exhibit 57. Read-in K I have is provide the exact date of the agreement, which will become late file exhibit 58.
Do we know which agreement? Now I don't remember which agreement.
Oh, yes, it's the date, the wholesale agreement with Aquarion, between RWA and Aquarion, yeah.
Wholesale.
It's the expiration date of the wholesale agreement
yeah,
between RWA and Aquarion.
Read-in M, confirm that the seller schedules are in the record.
I believe those are the disclosure schedules.
Mark
The
that.
seller, yeah, the seller schedules to the PSA. And to the extent they're not in the record, to provide them.
Correct.
That will become late file exhibit 59. Then I have read-in N, provide the shared contracts as defined in section 1 of the PSA. Will become late file exhibit 60. Then I have confirm, as read in O, confirm debt financing letters are in the record as referenced in the PSA. That will become late file exhibit 61. Late file exhibit 62 will be what was read in P, which is confirm terminating intercompany agreements are in the record. Then I have read in Q, which I believe transitioned into staff's cross, provides sections of Special Act 77-98, which was referenced in a specific interrogatory.
I believe those are the powers, so I just reference this section.
And then late file exhibit 64 will be read in R, which was provide the number of years the RSF contained $10 million.
Correct.
Okay, and that will be late file exhibit 64. Attorney Miranda, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I believe that transitions all read-ins into lay files. Does that match the companies? I think we had already converted read-in L to late file exhibit. I had read-in L listed as provide the revenues for 2024 and 2025, which I think we earlier converted. Thank you. Okay. Last call for any corrections or read-ins or late files. I think we're all set. Okay, with that, I'll excuse the witness panel into the late file exhibit hearing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Request that the witness for MetroCog approach. OCC, do you have cross for this witness? Thank you. Attorney Nigro, do you have cross? Thank you. Attorney Doyle, do you have cross? Thank you. Attorney McCormack? Thank you. Attorney Ball?
Very good.
If you could approach, please. Attorney McLeod, if you could introduce your witness before I administer the oath.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have Charles V. Furlot testifying on behalf of the Connecticut Metropolitan Council of Governments today.
Thank you. Mr. Furlot, if you could please raise your right hand, I'll administer the oath. I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under pains and penalties of perjury. Thank you. Attorney McLeod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Furlot, would you please state your position?
I'm an independent consultant.
On the right side. There you go.
I'm an independent consultant. I have my own consulting business.
Thank you. And have you submitted pre-filed testimony in this proceeding on behalf of, I'm going to use the shorthand of MetroCog?
I have.
And was this pre-filed testimony prepared either by you or under your supervision?
It was.
And are you familiar with the facts stated in your pre-filed testimony?
I would hope to be.
Are you?
Yes.
Are there any changes you would like to make to the pre-filed testimony as submitted? There is one, Mr. McLeod, on page 11 of 22 of my pre-file testimony, line 7, there's the number of 70 million. That 7 should be 90 million. Okay, and with that change, would you like to submit this as your pre-filed sworn testimony in this proceeding? I would, sir. And you adopt it as such? I do, sir. Thank you. Madam Chair, the witness is available for cross.
Thank you. Attorney Ball, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Ferlat, just a few questions, just so the record is clear, and I'm looking at page 2 of your pre-filed testimony. Your testimony is submitted, is it not, on behalf of all 6 municipalities in the MetroCog region?
It is.
And it is also submitted, is it on behalf of the 18 municipalities in the Western Connecticut Council of Governments, which is called WestCog?
It is.
And the city of Shelton?
And the city of Shelton as well.
Okay. Can you just briefly, why are MetroCog and WestCog involved at all in this hearing?
I could probably go on for an hour, but we've heard a lot over 3 days. But I can boil it down to, I think, 3 main categories. One is they feel they've had no input to this, unlike the original legislation that created the New Haven Regional Water Authority. It was enacted in 1977 and came into being in 1980. There was 3 years of public discourse and debate and ended up a reality. They got the required 60%, but it wasn't a given. But that was democracy, and they feel that this was not. The second is the loss of the regulatory oversight of PURA and the accompanying impact that that could have on rates, on tariffs, in their view. They would not share Mr. Norman's optimistic view of the future trail. And the third is governance. The fact that there will be a chairman and vice chairman from the RWA, CEO and a CFO from the RWA, and board members 6 from the RWA and 5 from the Aquarion Water Authority, as it's called. And if this were true representation by population, if I can use that term, it would be more like 7 from Aquarion and 4 from the RWA. So boiled down succinctly, those are the 3 significant concerns and why they're unanimous in their opposition.
Mr. Ferlat, were you in attendance on the first hearing day when I asked questions of Ms. Kowalski as to whether there were any municipalities in the MetroCog or WestCog region that supported this transaction? Did you hear that back and forth?
Yes.
Okay, so since I don't think the record was particularly clear, perhaps we can make it clear now. For the record, are there any municipalities in the MetroCog or WestCog regions who support the approval of this transaction?
No, sir.
Is it fair to say that every single one of those municipalities, for whom you submitted testimony, these 25 municipalities are united in their opposition to this proposed transaction?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Thank you. Attorney Miranda?
No cross.
Thank you. Attorney Bogan? Thank you. Save the sound? Thank you. Kira, staff? Nothing. Thank you. Vice Chairman?
Just one question. To Did MetroCog, WestCog, or the city of Shelton approach the legislature this past 2025 legislative session in regards to any amending the enabling legislation that was passed in June of 2024?
Not to my knowledge, Commissioner.
Why? Not to your knowledge that they did or didn't, or they did not?
Oh, they did not to my knowledge, they did not, no.
Okay. Why did they not?
I think they probably saw this as a done deal. The legislation was passed or enacted. That maybe it's a course for future ponderance, but no, to my knowledge, there was no approach to the legislature.
Okay. I want to. I'm all set. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any questions. I thank you for your testimony. Do you have any redirect, Attorney McLeod? Okay, thank you. Then the witness is excused, which brings us to our final panel from Save the Sound. So I'd ask the counsel and witness for the Save the Sound panel to approach, please. Oh, I'm so sorry. 1 second. Did the company, no, the company's good. Okay, I'm so sorry. I skipped that. Okay, Save the Sound. Great. Attorney Lindeman, if you want to introduce your witness before I administer the oath, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Kurt Johnson, who's testifying on behalf of Save the Sound, the former president and CEO of Save the Sound.
Thank you. And Mr. Johnson, I'm going to administer the oath. If you could please raise your right hand, at the conclusion of which, if you agree, you can state I do, please. I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Thank you. Attorney Lindeman, please.
Mr. Johnson, did you prepare, assist with, or supervise the preparation of your pre-filed testimony dated July 14th, 2025?
I did.
Is it true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
It is.
Are there any changes you would like to make to your pre-filed testimony?
Well, just a couple of additions. I noted with interest the previous discussion of the formation of the Regional Water Authority, and I can tell you from personal experience, back when the dinosaurs roamed and I was in college in the early 70s, the headlines in the New Haven Register that I personally remember was that the New Haven Water Company proposes to sell off approximately 17,000 acres of Class 1 and what is now Class 1 and Class 2 and Class 3 land. And that set off the enormous uproar of public concern that ultimately resulted in the formation of the Regional Water Authority for two purposes. One was obviously the provision, as the charter says, of pure and adequate water. The second one is conservation and protection of watershed land, which is in fact part of our state public health policy and certainly part of what the Regional Water Authority has been about. So I think that's of a lot of interest, and now we're in an entirely different situation with this proposed merger. And I do want to point out that in my testimony, I did not, and nor does Save the Sound, take a position pro or con of this merger. However, the concern is if it should be approved, what will happen to the land and how can
this public agency assure that the future AWWA or the is a continued steward and partner in land conservation. And I want to also point out something I alluded to in my testimony, which is participation in the NSTAR to Eversource merger, which this agency oversaw and approved. And the important point that I want to raise is that through that process, the Eversource was directed to permanently conserve 1,000 acres of surplus land that they no longer was needed. And the Eversource agreed to form a statewide land trust to hold that. And in fact, that has occurred. So I think the main point I want to make is that this agency has been very, very active in assuring that during mergers like this, where the future is uncertain, that there is, in fact, conservation. And the testimony is two requests. The number one being that land of conservation importance is permanently protected through a similar process as you directed in the NSTAR Eversource, which is that it be, in this case, be offered to the state, to the municipality, and to local land trusts in that order as a fee gift, so to speak, or a fee transfer, and have a conservation easement placed very similar to the conservation easements that are required under PURA law. In the event that under PURA, there is a conservation sale of water utility land, I should say, as you're probably familiar with, there is a conservation incentive. And in order to receive that incentive, the utility must place a conservation easement on that property. So a very similar conservation easement. That's the number one piece. And I did want to add a little bit of new testimony as to the type of definition of conservation land, which we left a little bit vague. And the basic request is that any parcel of Class 3 land that is attached, well, of 10 acres or more, I already stated that in my, so I continue that in the same vein, but smaller parcels that are attached to larger, particularly Class 1 and 2 land parcels become important from a conservation point of view. And those should be viewed as conservation lands. And also any other small parcel that happens to be attached to any other designated open space land. So, 1 acre piece that's attached to a 10-acre piece of land trust land, as an example, should be viewed as important from a conservation point of view. I also want to just point out, I think I've already stated this, that we're really looking for the precedent of the NSTAR Eversource merger. It was, I think, improperly stated in the rebuttal testimony that I was somehow referring to the Bridgeport hydraulic proceeding, which was a purchase of open space land that's approved by this group, and that's not the model that I'm discussing here today. The second thing that I really want to point out is the importance of the Regional Water Authority that they state in their own report that is on their website. It's entitled, I believe, The Land We Need for Water We Use. It's a 2016 report, I believe, no, 2018 report. And it states in talks very factually about the importance of the role that Regional Water Authority has had in acquiring private lands for watershed protection of public drinking water and how important that is to the public health and to their role. And in fact, they discuss the fact that over a 22-year period, they invested $30 million in this effort, or an average of about $1.36 million per year in active conservation of drinking water watershed land that protects their drinking water. And the second request that I have is that we continue the equivalency as a bare minimum of the process moving forward. In other words, that AWWA be directed over the next 22 years to expend on average $1.36 million per year as a conservation partner. Again, we go back to the very important point that the Regional Water Authority was formed for the very purpose of a public outcry about the public realizing that that land is precious. It has to be protected for public drinking water purpose. It went through a very extensive legislative process, as the previous witness discussed, and that was the prime reason. And I'd like to take administrative notice of the book that was written about this. It's called So You Want to Buy a Water Company. It was written by Claire Bennett. Claire Bennett was the previous head of the Regional Water Authority's board, and also by Dorothy McCluskey, who was the representative at that time from the town of Wallingford that led the charge to create that piece. It's a very interesting read, but it really focuses on that public call for conservation. So I'm asking and requesting that this wonderful PURA continue that policy, which you've already been involved with in the previous NSTAR Eversource procedure. It is not out of precedent for what you all have done, and to just require at a bare minimum that this continued culture move forward with the AWWA.
Thank you. Madam Chair, my witness is ready for cross-examine.
Thank you. Do the applicants have any cross for this witness? OCC?
As tempted as I am to cross-examine my former boss, I have no.
Thank you. Attorney Nigro. Thank you. Attorney Doyle. Thank you. Attorney McCormick. Attorney Ball.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Attorney McLeod.
No questions, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
I may just add one last statement, which is I was very interested to hear in the previous testimony that AWWA, if I heard it correctly, is planning on investing approximately $200 million per year in capital improvements. So I just compare that 200 million to the 1.36 million request for future conservation partnership. And what I also know is from previous polling that the public, when polled about water companies' behavior, particularly ones like MDC that has a public use of land and some public recreation, that's one of the things that the public most appreciates about water companies is their land owning and their land conservation of their watershed lands. Thank you.
Thank you. Does that additional testimony affect anyone's cross response? Okay, thank you. Attorney Miranda?
Questions, thank you.
Thank you. Attorney Bogan? Thank you. Authority staff? Vice Chairman? Also do not have any questions. Thank you very much for your testimony, sir.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, quick question. We referenced the report in our pre-filed testimony. I don't know what the right procedure is if we could take administrative notice of it. Mr. Johnson referenced it, the land we need for the water we use.
The book,
It's the Regional Water Authority's report that's on its own website I think it was written in 2018. The land we need for the water we use.
Attorney McDermott, could you approach, please?
I'm going to show it on my computer at this point.
That's okay. 1 second, Mr. Johnson. Attorney McDermott, are you familiar with the report on the RWA website that Mr. Johnson is referencing in his? Does the company object to providing it as a late file exhibit? Okay, thank you. Then I will direct late file exhibit 65 to the to RWA and ask that a copy of that report be entered into the record. Thank you. Okay, any redirect, Attorney Lindeman?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. I believe we reached the end of our agenda. We have a total of 65 late file exhibits, which were slated for a due date of August 4th with a hearing on August 8th. I think the hearing on August 8th is currently slated to start at 10 a.m. We're going to move that to 9 a.m. based on the experience with this proceeding. I'll pause here, and if your client, or if you have a administrative matter before we adjourn, if you could please approach. So I'll pause here. Okay, so with that, we will adjourn and see everyone back here at 9 a.m. on August 8th. Thank you.
Well,